Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Broadcasting live for the sentencing of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Will he see the penitentiary or will he go free? Let's get into some of the straight game.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy Delray Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, the actual sentencing starts at 10 o'clock. But I got some exhibits, man, we're gonna go over so that we understand what the argument is, because a lot of times they won't show us the actual argument of the exhibits and what Diddy, his defense team is going against, or should I say objecting to, if you will, right? But more importantly, we're going to get into it like this. We got about 7 minutes for all of the things to get them. We should be able to cover this within that time, right? So let's go with this. First off, the letter from Gina Hung. This letter right here is very important because it kind of goes to show, from Gina's perspective, like I said, we're not trying to make any inference in anything as far as what it means and you know, if she was coerced or anything like that. We're not going to try to say that. But basically, Gina says in this letter, she said, Dear Judge Submarine, I know you are sentencing Sean Combs on Friday, and I've been thinking a lot about it. I saw in the press letters were submitted by many concerning the sentencing. No one asked me or told me to write this letter, but I felt my voice should be heard as I was identified as victim 3 in the case. And I understand charges that were brought concerning me, including accusations of sex trafficking and prostitution. She goes on to say, I cooperated fully with prosecutors. I met with them 3 times, answered their questions, and gave them all the information and evidence I had, including pictures, videos, and text messages from my phone. During those meetings, I felt pressured to feel like a victim. I told them I was not, but they insisted that I was, even when I expressed my truth otherwise. I understand they concluded that I had been sex trafficked and involved in forced prostitution. I did not agree with that conclusion. I was not trafficked. I did not engage in prostitution with him or others. That would have been my testimony if I was called to the stand. I was subpoenaed and fully prepared to testify and answer all the questions truthfully, but I was informed by my lawyer that I would not be called to take the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, give me a second, please.
They said Tupac was untouchable, but behind the walls of Rikers Island, he was just a man, wounded, watching his back, and wondering who he could trust. He survived bullets, betrayal, and isolation behind bars. But what happened inside those walls has never been told until now. In the darkest corner of Rikers, he found betrayal and a brotherhood no one saw coming. These dudes smiled in my face, then flipped and tried to kill me, and I never saw it coming. They were Puff's security, Biggie's muscle, Henchman's people, and Tupac knew exactly who sent them. This is the side of Tupac Shakur the world never got to see, told by the man who lived it with him, not in the studio, but in a 6x9 cell. The rap battles, sex and drama with female guards, the tears, the silence after Jada Pinkett's visit, and the moment Tupac almost broke. Before Death Row, before All Eyes on Me, before Machiavelli, there was Rikers. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, available now on Amazon. Get your copy. Learn the truth.
Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. So Gina goes on to say that she would have took the stand basically, but they didn't want to call her because she didn't want to say that she was sex trafficked. That's basically what it boiled down to. She said, she also said, I want to emphasize that I understand the seriousness of this case and the pain others may feel. I cannot speak for anyone but myself. In terms of sentencing, I kindly ask that you consider releasing him back to his family. I understand throughout the process he has been cooperative and respectful, including turning himself in. Throughout this process, he has never once reached out to me or made me feel uncomfortable in any way. I believe he will continue to be compliant with the court's conditions upon release. I understand that accountability is important, and I am not writing this to dismiss the gravity of the charges, nor to criticize anyone. I write to express my perspective as a so-called victim. I write to express how I felt during the investigation and trial and how I feel now wanting to hear to the sentence. I felt compelled to share my own perspective honestly and respectfully ask that you take my words into consideration when asking your decision. When making your decision. Thank you for your time and allowing me to be heard. Sincerely. And she signed it, Gina Hunt. Ladies and gentlemen, that's one perspective of what this is, right? But we got to get into this one here. This next piece of information is also very, very important, ladies and gentlemen. This is what's going to be going on today, ladies and gentlemen, for most people that don't know. This was submitted by Diddy's lawyers, if you will. And this is actually what's going to be going on in court. They're going to have about 4 lawyers speaking, if you read this correctly, right? It says Judge Submarinian, United States versus Combs, case number. I hope all is well with you and your honorable court. Always, for scheduling purposes, please be advised that at least 4 members of Mr. Combs' defense team plan to address this honorable court at the sentencing hearing on Friday, October 3rd of 2025. There will also be approximately a 15-minute video. I don't know if you've seen that video, ladies and gentlemen, but I believe the Art of Dialogue posted it on his Twitter account, and you can go check it out. If you haven't seen it, go to Art of Dialogue's Twitter. You can check that out. On Friday, October 3rd, there will also be an approximately 15-minute video, which is being finalized at this time, which will be played for this honorable court. Once the video is final, in its final form, we will share the same with the prosecution prior to sentencing, ladies and gentlemen. So it goes on to say, also attached are additional letters that have been filed. Attached are the unredacted versions of the letters for your honorable court and the prosecution. It is an honor to practice before your court, and it tells you that the defense should furnish a copy of the video to the prosecution and the court by 5 p.m. today. Ladies and gentlemen, so this is what's going on today in the court. This is how Diddy's team plan on presenting the information involving what's going on with him, if you will. And like I say, it's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be very interesting today. I got something else for you, too, to basically let you see what's going on. And like I said, we're going to go up and check the live. We tuning in with Inner City Press once it gets popping off. Okay, lad, we gonna slide in right now, ladies and gentlemen. We about to slide in. We're gonna slide in. We're gonna do it like this. Boom. Let's go. So we on live with Inner City Press. inside the courtroom. Inner city press is always has been a blessing in being inside of the courtroom. Says as Combs' lawyers mill around, if you will, he has still not been brought out. A U.S. Marshal brings out a big sheaf of papers and a red book. Pick up the chair to search underneath. All clear. 956. Combs' lawyer Mark Agnofalo and Brian Steele are talking low next to the lectern. Alexandria Shapiro stands with Nicole Westmoreland. The prosecutions are seated at the front table, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this is going to be interesting today. Yo, hit the thumbs up button, hit the share button, let them know we over here, Straight Game TV. Only going to give it to you straight. No chaser. Like I said, once again, the sentencing of Sean P. Diddy Combs. We're going to see if the letters worked in his favor. And yeah, this should be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. This should be very, 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 very interesting. And as you know, I refresh the screen every now and then to keep you updated on what's going on. Let's see what's happening. It's now 10:03. And people, did he do it? People got books and all of the things that they have right now, ladies and gentlemen. So they also have, just to let you guys know, they also have other exhibits, or should I say, things that they're basically fighting that the prosecution is going to be arguing, ladies and gentlemen. And so for that reason, I wanted to get into that. Let's see if I can until we get back into, let me see. So it's a lot of things that the prosecution is going to be arguing and trying to get Diddy the highest sentence possible, if you will. For most people that don't know, you know, like I said, they're going to have 4 attorneys speaking on Diddy's behalf, 4 of his attorneys. And I think the arguments that they make should be very, very compelling, if you will. Let me try to get that to y'all. Let me see, sir. Let's go back here. So I'm going to go back in, right, ladies and gentlemen? So we saw that one right there. And let's get into this. So now, once again, for the people that don't know, when you go to court sentencing, they made a lot of arguments that they submitted to the judge, right? And here's, and as you can see, Diddy's team is fighting diligently. Ladies and gentlemen, they're putting it all out in the information. And so this is going to be presented to the court today, if you will, the tables of authorities introduction. Basically, Diddy's team is arguing, one, the government's draconian guidelines calculation defies the law and the factual record. Basically, they're arguing that the government is out of date, the way they want Diddy to be sentenced is some kind of, ancient thing, I would say, doing the 1940s or something like that. And in the sentencing and basically defies the law and the statutes and also the precedent that has been set already. This is what they argue. The government seeks a severe sentence based on the same arguments that failed to persuade the jury about threats, force, and fraud and coercion. And that was one of the things that I had said in reference to that, because, like I said, I understand how effective and how damaging the tape is, but Diddy wasn't convicted what was based on the tape. He was convicted of the Mann Act, right? And so let that be, though the guidelines do say and cover that, there's a certain amount of time that should be given involving the Mann Act and so on and so forth. This is one of the things that has been submitted to the court. other than the oral arguments that they're going to make, ladies and gentlemen. It said the government misinterprets the acquitted conduct amendment and disregards the constitutional law on acquitted conduct. Once again, the government keeps trying to argue, look at the tape, look at the tape, look at the tape, force this. Once again, he was not convicted, but was based on the tape. He was convicted of something else. And what Diddy's lawyers are trying to do is to keep this centrally focused on what that is, the precedent, and basically the time that has been given out to other people facing similar or the same charges, right? There's no basis for applying the 2A3.1 cross-reference vulnerable victims enhancement does not apply. There is no basis for the obstruction of enhancement. The government's remaining guideline arguments are meritless. And so, like I say, as you see, they argue. Then it goes into say the government's sentence discrepancy arguments depend upon comparisons to completely inappropriate cases, meaning that the government is basically trying to apply cases that are inappropriate or not valid to what Diddy's facing to base their what they want him to be sentenced to. The government fails to address the bulk of Mr. Combs' arguments and instead relies exclusively on acquitted conduct. Once again, like I said, I've told you guys that I felt like they're doing the same thing. The government cases are completely inapposite, right? Hold on, check this out. Let me get back. Let me see what's going on. See what's going on up in here, man. We got it. We're going back and forth. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, where we at? The judge, hold on, here we go. It said 10:05, the judge's clerks, are we ready to proceed? Let's go. Was that Mr. Donaldson who just went back into the holding cell? Yes. Now waiting for Combs to be brought in. Ladies and gentlemen, they're waiting for Sean P. Diddy Combs to be brought in. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Diddy is going to speak. Diddy is going to address the court. And so that should be very interesting also. That should be very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And like I said, we're gonna give them a minute to get Diddy into the court. Like I said, we here. Straight Game TV. Like I said, hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button. Like I said, we're gonna be gavel to gavel. They got 4 attorneys speaking on Diddy's behalf, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Bum, bum. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, boom, boom. So like I said, we waiting for Diddy to come into the courtroom. Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen, just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we back. Sorry for the interruption. Live a real life too, you know? Ladies and gentlemen, 10 a.m. Sean Combs is brought back into the court, ladies and gentlemen. In a white shirt, he puts his papers under the table, leans back, and blows a kiss to the gallery to his mother, Brian Steele, standing next to him, whispering in his ear, "Let's go." Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to the chat. KFV, Leticia. Shout out to Fatima. Always a pleasure, Fatima. I seen you earlier. Feli Speaks. Nancy Nicole, always a pleasure. Eula Holmes. Absolutely. We up in here. Y'all see it. At approximately 10, 11 a.m., Sean Combs is brought back in a white shirt. He puts his papers under the table, leans back, and blows a kiss to the gallery. His mother, Brian Steele, standing next to him, whispering in his ear. This is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, this should be very interesting. I mean, because a lot of letters of support did come in, but a lot of people during the trial, I would say, during the debacle, the bigger part of the situation, really didn't say anything or have anything to say in regards to Sean Diddy Combs, his actions or whatever. So we're gonna see what happens. This is what they call the moment of truth. Rita Ing is in the building. Nut of the Mud. JP Six Gunner. Money Mon Riley in the building. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, hit the thumbs up button. Doesn't seem as well, you know, it's a lot of going on over the internet, but you know, let's see. Diddy also wrote a long, very, very, like 3 or 4 page letter to the judge also. We're going to see if that works. It might work and it might not work. You can tell them we already over here. We up in the courtroom with Inner City Press, man. Trying to do our best. I was talking to some people the other day, and so what do you guys tell me in the chat, ladies and gentlemen? What do you guys think about Some people believe, it's a conspiracy that they might be trying to hold Diddy in jail until what goes on with the Keefe D trial within a couple of months, right? Now we in what? We in October, November, December, January, February. That's about 4 months. I was predicting they're gonna give Diddy 2 years. Time served. See what happens, what goes with this Keefe D situation. Like I said, but I could be wrong. We'll wait and see. Or Diddy could, very well walk up out the courtroom today on some kind of probation, some kind of drug treatment program or piss test or whatever have you. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 10 a.m., 10:17, all rise. The clerk, this is the U.S. versus Sean Combs, Judge Submaranium. Do we have a signed order of forfeiture? AUSA Slavic, yes. I'm handing it to you. The judge, first I'll go over that, and then I have received the pre-sentencing reports. I'll hear from the parties. So they're about to make their arguments, ladies and gentlemen. The judge, I received the defense reply memo October 2nd, and the letter from Mr. Combs, and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciate the letters I received, the government's letters from Ms. Ventura and others. I appreciate them. So they letting it be known. They got the letters from Cassie, everybody, Diddy, Jane Doe, Daphne Joy. They letting that be known that they got everything that they needed. The judge say he's appreciative of that. Like I said, if you haven't seen the video already, you can go Art of Dialogue. I believe he posted it on his Twitter yesterday, and yeah, you can go check it out. It's a very touching video. Like I said, it just gives you another side of Diddy and looking at him with his family, his kids, what they mean to him. Like I said, once again, they gave us one side of Diddy in court. You got to be understand, like there's, for whatever side that was, his sex life or whatever. But like I said, he has another side of his life too, and that's being a family man. Now that Kim Porter's not here, Kim Porter's also in that video, very touching video. And some of the things that I thought were kind of very disheartening were the fact that people were trying to say that Diddy was responsible for Kim Porter's death. You know what I mean? And you can clearly see in that video that that's not true. So you got to be careful about the information that you take in. A lot of people just out here trying to get clicks and views. More importantly, just from that perspective. Let's move on to see what we got here. Here we go. Combs, Alexandria. We're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC, United States. We don't have a copy. Basically, the prosecution saying that they don't have a copy of this evaluation from the Metropolitan Detention Center. So the judge said, please give her one. United States, Slavic, the prosecutor, Mia no longer wishes to address the court. Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we into it already. So Mia, if y'all remember Mia, so Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to a letter submitted by the defense, bullying, right? So once again, Mia, for some odd reason, does not want to testify today in court, ladies and gentlemen. And that's very interesting, because Mia had a lot to say during the trial. Wow. Okay. Wow. The prosecution, Slavic, we think the defense's letter violated your honor's rules. See, they the prosecution, man, they still being petty, man. Like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button. Tell them we over here, man. Gavel to gavel with this, man. Over here on Straight Game TV. We appreciate everybody coming through in the support. They said, we think that the defense letter violated your honor's rules. Judge, I thought the tone was inappropriate, and it sounded it should not happen again. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs, right? So, for whatever reason, the letter that they wrote or the letter that was received, they felt like it was the tone was bad and it violated the judge's rules. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs, right? Mr. Combs, Mr. Steele says, the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up to the stand together. Okay. So Diddy and a Reverend will come up. I don't know what Reverend it is. I would hope it ain't Bishop T.D. Jakes. I hope it's somebody like a Jamal Bryant or somebody like that. Just to be to keeping it 100, man. Let's go. Very interesting. So Diddy's going to address the court, y'all. So yeah, this is where we are, y'all. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Basically now, here we go. Combs Steele, also Giovanni from the program will also come up and address the court too. The judge, Ms. Slavic, AUSA Slavic. Rule 32 only applies to the parties and the victims. The court is within its rights to exclude character witnesses. 940 F3D 167. Judge Furman has used this to limit defense witnesses. So basically, the prosecution doesn't want other people to come up other than, and I guess Diddy standing next to his family, for them, that might be a problem, right? But they don't want anybody else to come up and address the court. So when they say the Reverend, Mr. Combs and his children, so they're basically trying to prevent that. I mean, like I said, I don't know why the gamesmanship is going on. The judge is basically, the jury is not there no more. Basically, Diddy his fate has been decided as far as whether he's guilty or innocent of the charges. So I really don't see what the argument would be about in regards to, somebody coming up speaking on his behalf. But the court has rules, and the prosecution is trying to get the court to actually follow those rules. So. The judge says, but I can allow them correct as I overrule the defense wanting to exclude Mia, right? AUSA Slavic, within your discretion, right? A judge, Mr. Steele, okay, for the children and Dr. Johnson, he'll allow that, right? Steele, Reverend, Doctor, Judge, I'll think about the others. So he's going to allow some, but he's going to think about others. So Judge Submarinian, he run a tight courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, tight courtroom. Like I said, once again, ladies and gentlemen, hit the thumbs up button, hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel already, please do so. We appreciate your time. It's nowhere near the when the trial was going on. As far as the views and the retweets and things like that, it's nowhere near that number now. But like I said, we up in here, man, effectively and efficiently. So if y'all see my eyes wandering, I'm looking around. I'm also on the stock market too while I'm doing this. So, so I'm walking and chewing gum at the same time. Let's go. I want to tell most people why the government shut down, and the stock market been booming. Like, really, though. I don't know if y'all invest or, I think you should do that, for your future, if you will. Okay, so hopefully Diddy getting ready to come up onto the podium and tell a judge to take that. Right? So yeah, we're gonna see what happens. Shout out to KZ in the building. Fatima Barrett always in the building. Appreciate you. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I said the judge, now as to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. Like I said, once again, remember the document that I showed you earlier, right? So the objections, those objections were basically put on paper, and the judge is now looking over those objections and so the arguments that they're going to make say the objections, the acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There is no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range, basically. And so that's what the judge is saying, that the overlapping conduct, if you will, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. So the advisory guidelines as far as what the sentence should be. So they're trying to argue, in between, well, these are the guidelines, this is what it should be. And the defense is basically saying that the acquitted conduct cannot be considered, meaning the sex trafficking, the coercion, fraud, all of those things that they were alleging that Diddy did not get convicted of. Right? The judge said acquitted conduct can be considered. So basically, listen, y'all, real talk now. It said acquitted conduct can be considered. See a U.S. versus Vaughn, Second Circuit, and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under 355-3A. Now, the U.S. objections, they argue for criminal sexual abuse guideline. So, see, this is the crazy part. And when you're dealing with the law, that's why I try to tell most people, man, we can get on YouTube, we could talk about how we feel about things and what we think about things and all of that. But when you get into court, when you argue a case, there's precedent, right? So they're saying U.S. versus Vaughn, right? The Second Circuit is precedent saying that, yes, acquitted conduct can be considered. See U.S. Versus Vaughn, Second Circuit, and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under 3553A. Now, the U.S. objections, right? They argue for the criminal sexual abuse guidelines, meaning the prosecution is arguing what? For the criminal sexual abuse guidelines to be used and considered while sentencing Diddy, ladies and gentlemen. So, a lot of this may seem unfair because sometimes it is. But then a lot of times, when you're talking about the law, you're talking about the law. And that ain't got nothing to do with nobody's feelings. So they're gonna work down that piece of paper that I showed you guys earlier. They're gonna work down that whole document as to what should be considered and what shouldn't be considered. So like I said, that's where we at with that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna take a brief break. I gotta handle some business real fast. Stay with me. Don't go nowhere. I'm gonna keep it posted just like this. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the brief interruption. We back. Let them know we back. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't really miss a significant part of what was going on. So basically, just 3 minutes ago, the judge basically overruled all of the other objections, right? Combs, Garagos, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, right? It might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence, right? You see, so once again, they're trying to get, like, say, for instance, if Diddy gets convicted, they're basically saying, hey, you know what? Even though you overrule and say these other things don't impact it, it may influence or dictate whether he's going to go to a low category prison or United States penitentiary, if you will. So once again, very great argument. Judge, you say we can address that, Garagos, if necessary. Combs, Alexandria, Shapiro, I'd like to make some more points. We brief extensively. The judge, 380 pages, Shapiro, we raise due process, the fairness concerns set forth by the Justice Sotomayor, we believe basically mitigate for our interpretation and preclude the court under 3553. So basically, you know, they still have more arguments that they'd like to make in regards to what they feel about the Diddy situation. And yeah, because like I said, a lot of people don't understand that it's very important when they say things like that. So there's others, they're looking ahead. They're saying, hey, you know what? If you give Diddy a prison sentence, then if the prison sentence that you might give him may affect whether he's at a low, minimum, medium, or high level security penitentiary, if you will. And I think that's very important as to what this is and what this means. Yeah, so that's that. Like I said, we didn't really miss much. They just basically arguing all of the objections that Diddy's defense team made, and from that perspective. Combs, Shapiro said, I wanted to preserve this for appeal. So listen, this is very important right here. So when Alexandria Shapiro said, I want to preserve this for appeal, should there be an appeal of your sentence, right? Once again, Alexandria Shapiro sliding in there, she's basically letting it be known that if you give him a sentence that's that he wouldn't be necessarily worthy of by any other standards, that basically, you know what, we're going to appeal your sentence. We just letting you know. So you cannot be fair. They're basically letting the judge know you cannot be fair. Not saying that he would be unfair, right? Judge said it is preserved. The pre-sentence report, the PSR, that's what that is. The pre-sentence report says the offense level is 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category is 1. That leads to a guideline of 70 to 87 months, right? That's what the judge said. You know, so the judge is basically shooting back at them and saying, hey, you know what? Even though you say you're going to appeal, you know, I'm just letting you know that the pre-sentence report basically says that the offense is 27. He said he agrees with that. The criminal category of the situation is a 1. That leads to a 70 to 87 months prison sentence, if you will. Diddy's already been locked up for about 14 months, if you will, right? Judge, I'll hear from the government, the prosecution Slavic. I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice for 15 years. The victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. Once again, I think that's a mischaracterization of what has actually happened when you talk about the situation that it involved, I just think that is. Like I said, Cassie got $20 million. Jane Doe, she basically, I don't know if Diddy's still taking care of her, but he was still basically paying her rent, giving her $10,000 a month. And so if somebody's life was shattered, they wouldn't be taking any kind of money or anything like that. I wouldn't say Cassie's situation, but I would say Jane Doe, Daphne Joy, 50 Cent's baby mama. She would not be taking any kind of a compensation from Sean P. Diddy Combs at this particular point, right? So. The prosecution said this is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims hard about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 335-53 factor point to at least 135 months. So they basically trying to argue for 135 months, ladies and gentlemen. AUSA, the prosecution also says the defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendations of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. Ladies and gentlemen, I just gave you the argument in dealing with that. And Jane was, and I hope Brian Steele or somebody bring it up, but Jane was basically still getting paid her rent by Diddy while she was testifying against Diddy in court. Like I said, once again, the prosecution can try to control the narrative, but the reality is quite different based on the fact that what? She was still taking money from Diddy. Like, she ain't got a job. You know, when you think about it, she can't get a job now. You can't get up and go work now. You know, she said she wanted to do OnlyFans. She can't do OnlyFans now. You free to do OnlyFans. Diddy ain't got no control over you. Or unless she wants to be controlled. With that $10,000 a month he was giving. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, this is interesting, man. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Like I said, once again, when you think about people and how they can actually be and the things that they can do and say and all of those things, like I said, it's a trip, man. It's a trip. But they say be careful. They say be careful who you deal with, man. You just never know what people will try to do, what they'll try to say. The prosecution says that the defendant tries to argue this is just a sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. And as you can see how they, present what they present. Like I said, once again, they're taking one part of a person's life and trying to tell you, and I'm gonna say this as a black man, him as a black man, they're taking one part of his life and trying to, in this instance, in this court situation, and trying to say this is all that he was ever about. And we know, as a matter of fact, that that's simply not true, right? Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, once again, if you don't give, these people the opportunity to put you in any kind of bind like this, don't. They say you can bend the law, but don't break it. So. The prosecution, Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. This is the height of a hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak-offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. Ladies and gentlemen, this man, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Like, what? What? And so, you know, the sad part about it is when they talk about accountability, right? They talk about accountability. Is Cassie not accountable for her behavior? Is Cassie not accountable for wanting to have freak-offs and wanting to participate in freak-offs? Is Jane not responsible for wanting to participate in freak-offs and wanting to use them as leverage in their relationship, because she agreed to that in court too? Right? While all the while Diddy was paying her bills, you know, and we talking about facts. We're not talking about, you know, what I feel, what I'm feeling right now, because I don't have any kind of feelings in regards to the situation overall. Let's be perfectly clear. But the facts say that Jane basically testified to the fact that, hey, you know what? She was what? Using freak-offs as leverage. So she knew what she was doing. Well, I wouldn't say the judge has an axe to grind. I don't know. I really don't. You know, like I said, you know, it's like police officers, right? You know, we see police officers and we would like to think that they would be fair and impartial, you know, but we constantly see, you know, police abuse. We also see police do their job like they're supposed to do. But like a lot of times, you know, being able to separate one's, you know, personal civilian life and their feelings and their biases, it's hard. It's not, you know, and they would like to think, well, you know, I believe, you know, once again, if you believe something, there's some doubt there. To know it is to have no doubt. To believe it is to have doubt. Point blank, period. So, moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, hit the thumbs up button. Let them know we back up in here. Sorry for the a brief inconvenience, if you will. Like I said, they saying he booked speaking engagements. Like I said, we don't know anything about that. At least I don't know he booked a speaking engagement. You know, and like I said, you know, a lot of times, ladies and gentlemen, stories are planted in the media to make it look as if somebody's doing something that they're actually not doing. And now with, you know, with this AI and stuff like that, you know, you got to be really careful about the information that you take in and what you believe. You know? So, like I said, moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, you know, the prosecution did, you know, his defendant's respect for the law is lip service. Like I said, you know, it ain't like Diddy's. I mean, and most people would let's deal with the facts. Most people say it's like he a career criminal. That's simply not the case. But once again, they'll try to make it look like that, man. They'll try to make you look like the worst person in the world when you get in front these people in the court, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, chime in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me what you guys think. How much time do you think Diddy's gonna get? How much time do you think Diddy gonna get, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The prosecution says even in cases that decline to apply to cross-reference, significant sentence are handed down, including in the district. In this district, considered U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. Inner City Press covered it. He got 60 months, 5 years. Like I said, that was one of the cases that I had when they were arguing, or before they even argued about how much time, and the judge was asking for cases that dealt with this situation that was similar to Sean Combs, and the sentencing that they handed out. Like I said, there's no way on God's green earth that I'm thinking that Sean P. Diddy Combs gonna walk out the courtroom. Like I said, there's various reasons, man. Various reasons. Like I said, I think personally, time served, couple of more months, some kind of a drug rehabilitation program, domestic violence counseling, and all of those things. I think that would be something sufficient, and let him go back to doing what he do. I don't think it'll ever be the same. You know what I mean? I just don't think it'll be the same. But like I said, we're gonna see what the judge does, man. I mean, if the judge really is concerned for, making a difference, if you will. So this is where we are right here, ladies and gentlemen. She said, that's a lot of freak offs and a lot of hotel nights. Like what? You know what I mean? Like I said, once again, when we talk about accountability, and this is the problem that, like I said, I had with the situation. Like everybody was accountable for their behavior, weren't they? Nobody said that they were held against their will. Right? No. And I think, Cassie wrote a letter, but I think it would have been even more if impactful, if you will, if she would have showed up. But I guess she didn't want to show up. Yeah, like I said, I see it how the defense, as a defense attorney, see it. I don't see it like the prosecution sees it. As far as, like I said, when you understand, he was clearly the guy who was Diddy was a trick. You know what I mean? From that perspective, ladies and gentlemen, 10 seconds ago, here we go. A judge submarinian in Jordan, and what they're talking about is they're arguing the cases in Jordan. The defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. And am I correct? So he's asking about another case, right? Like, the crazy part, I think the judge already got how much time he gonna give Diddy. I don't even know why they're going over this, but as a formality, this is what they do. Am I correct? And that's why the judge varied upwards, right? And the prosecution basically said, that's correct, as well as the other factors, Judge. So there is a distinguishing feature. So for everybody that think the judge is being unfair, basically, in the Jordan case, the defendant, Dylan Jordan, U.S. versus Dylan Jordan, it was, somewhat involving the Mann Act, right? And Jordan, what I didn't know is that he had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior, right? Meaning that Jordan had a prior record in being convicted as a felon, but he was in Cuba and he was locked up. And I correct, and that's why the judge, right, varied upwards. So the judge, what is that? What is it? Cronin. Judge Cronin varied upwards as towards the sentence that he gave. As for the sentence that he gave, Dylan. And so the prosecution basically saying, hey, that is correct, as well as the other factors. So the judge is basically saying, so as everybody that's thinking the judge is unfair, the judge is saying, so there is a distinguishing feature. So that case wouldn't actually apply to Diddy as they're trying to make it apply in regards to how much time that they want to give him. The judge basically saying there's a distinguishing factor in this case that you're trying to apply to Mr. Combs, and where it wouldn't be appropriate, for him to receive the same amount of time that Dylan did in being given him 5 years. So let's see, the judge, 5 years Dylan Jordan got, right? So the judge, we can look at that and say, okay, well, it's kind of going to be beneath 5 years, if you will, or it could be. We're going to have to see. So the judge is trying to be as fair as possible, as fair as he possibly can be. So this is where we at right now, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And like I always say, I appreciate you guys for coming through right now over here, Straight Game TV. As you see me refresh the screen, basically trying to get to the latest testimony. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, right here. The prosecution, there is also a case by Judge Kimber Wood. Mann Act cases with fear, violence, and threats routinely get significant sentences. This is not a simple transportation case, but it has major aggravating factors, right? As to Cassie, he hit her and stomped on her, right? Like I said, once again, that videotape is, and once again, like I said, he was not convicted of that. But like I said, as the law says in the case that they mentioned earlier, that you can consider non-factors, meaning things that have happened in the case, and being that the videotape was shown, the judge can consider that, not use that, but consider that in sentencing. So, yeah. If I'm Diddy, I'm suing dude and them for that money back, man. It ain't like you gonna get it, but, you gotta be careful who you deal with, man, and the people that you surround yourself around, man. Crazy. But like I said, Diddy don't have nobody to blame but himself. So here we go right here, ladies and gentlemen. The prosecution says the video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial, and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation at trial. They said they own the violence. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, what did Jane say? What did Daphne Joy say? Daphne Joy say that she banged it. She the one that instigated the violence. Does that not account for something? I'm just dealing with the facts, y'all. Because we could sit here and play. If a woman doesn't want to be hit, she shouldn't hit a man. If she doesn't want to be, responded to, people will say, well, you should never hit a woman. I believe that. I believe a man should never ever put his hands on a woman. But I also believe that a woman should never put her hands on a man. Right? And in the instance that the violence that the prosecution is talking about, Daphne Joy, aka Jane, She was the one that instigated the violence. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't account for nothing. That's the part that really that gets to me. Like, man, like, wow. So, she could have abused me and beat me. If he'd have called the police on her, it probably would have been laughed at. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, come on, man. She didn't hit you. How hard did she hit you? And to be those very people that come to your house that be the main ones that be beating on their women. A lot of times that's the case. The prosecution. He had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's text makes clear her anguish and trauma. Ladies and gentlemen, so now, once again, when testified in court, and it was Daniel Phillips, right, who was over there on the Art of Dialogue. Basically, Daniel Phillips and Clayton Howard both say that Cassie was a willing participant, and a lot of times she orchestrated what was going on and directed what was going on. Once again, we cannot overlook that fact. Yeah, Diddy did what he did, but we got to look at the whole picture. Because if you look at the whole picture, then you can get a solid judgment from this situation. So, but I just can't. I can't wait to see what the defense argues. So I guess they're letting the prosecution go first, and then they're gonna make their argument, and Diddy's probably gonna get up there with his family like they said that he would, and then proceed from there. So. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The prosecution says Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he has caused lasting damage. Sometimes, like I said, might be a little typo because he's transcribing as he goes along. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. But once again, Chef Jordan wasn't part of no freak offs or nothing like that. But yeah, like I said, Diddy, violence prone, man. And once again, dealing with this Tupac a murder trial thing, Keepy D's argument, Suge just spoke out on the Art of Dialogue, man. He better hope, man, that they don't really try to link it together. I heard Greg Kading come out and say something the other day in regards to Suge possibly testifying or trying to get some kind of deal in regards to that situation. And I thought it was funny because he said something about Suge. He said, yeah, Greg Kading said that, yeah, we know Suge was behind the murder of Biggie Smalls, right? And I was like, oh, wow. I wonder how they know that. You know what I mean? Because he ain't been charged with nothing. So if they know that, then why he ain't been charged? If you know in the chat why he ain't been charged with it, ladies and gentlemen, how they know that, tell me how they know that. Could it be Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. has a proffer deal with the United States government? Could it be that? Or could it be somebody else that was involved with the case when they tried to send the girl into the jail to try to get Suge on the wiretap? Basically giving up the information and telling everything like Keefy D did. Like I said, that's why Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. probably said that, said that, yeah, I got to look at my paperwork and see what I got. Or if I got immunity or if I got a queen for a day. Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, people are out here, masquerading as one thing, and behind the scenes, there's something totally different. I found that to be very interesting that Greg Kading would come out and say that. Mr. Kading, if you're listening, please tell us Why would you say that about Suge Knight? You can let us know. We'd be open, all ears for that one. I was like, oh, wow. The prosecution, ladies and gentlemen, he downplays the abuse, calling it rare, but it was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Like I said, so now they're going by, you see how they switch it up from what somebody says from what they saw now. So now it's about what a person saw and what they didn't see. 1 minute they want you to believe what we're saying. Now they want you to believe, depending on who's arguing it, now they want you to believe what you didn't see. Well, you didn't see him with injuries, right? But you saw her with injuries, right? But in other arguments, you heard what such and such said, right? But there was no corroborating evidence as to what they said. But now you want us to believe what they said because you saying it now. That's the problem I had with this. If it's not, like I said, true, we didn't even need to see that. We seen the video, at the Intercontinental Hotel. So. And like I said, for people who think that somehow I might be siding or agreeing with Diddy, I'm not. I'm just talking about when you're talking about justice, not YouTube court, not people saying what they're saying. I'm talking about because the way that this is argued, it's argued with precedent. It's argued with, evidence, pictures, photos, videos, all of those things. And like I said, they were talking about the defense was talking about, hey, we want this within a certain sentencing guideline based on the fact that if the judge imposes a what they call it incarceratory sentence, that Diddy would get a low to medium security prison, right? Versus him being in like a maximum security United States penitentiary from that perspective. Well, this is the funny part. The girl. Ghislaine Maxwell, the one who was dealing with Epstein, right? They gave her, and which her crime that she's locked up for doesn't qualify for her to be in the prison that she's in right now. But somehow, some way, they gave it to her. So that's interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, once again, yeah. When you talk about people arguing, once again, the accountability of it all, when you think about that. Yeah. We're talking about accountability. They said this is about accountability. So where's the accountability for Cassie? Where's the accountability for Jane? Yeah. How do we dish out equal justice under the law? 1 minute ago, the prosecution, he blames doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim and he hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his expert was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. And listen, you got to listen to what they're saying. They're saying that Diddy is beyond rehabilitation, ladies and gentlemen. They're basically arguing that Sean P. Diddy Combs, based on his actions, having freak-offs, hiring male sex workers, having people consensually participate in these freak offs, being paid money, having music careers, still getting paid. And like I say, once again, you gotta understand the big picture. The big picture is this: Jane, Daphne Joy was still getting paid. Diddy was still paying her rent while she was in the court testifying against him. You know what I mean? And see, this is the one-sidedness of the prosecution's argument. It's like, well, you're arguing that, and I know this, it's for the defense to bring things like that up, but it's not like the judge doesn't know all of this, right? It's not like the judge doesn't know all of what they're arguing right now. Like I said, Diddy's sentencing will happen today. And like I said, Diddy's his defense team made great arguments, if you will, right? The prostitution causes other problems. Prostitution by who? Ladies and gentlemen, look, hold on. The prosecution is arguing that prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General deterrence is needed. Send a message to all victims and to the public that the defendant's crimes are serious. You could encourage or discourage abuses. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the most craziest arguments I've ever heard. So Cassie was in a relationship with Diddy for 11 years. Now she was a prostitute? Or are they talking about the male sex workers that Diddy hired and paid them, and they look forward to getting paid? Ladies and gentlemen, all you got to do is go over to the Art of Dialogue where Clayton Howard and Daniel Phillips did the interview with the Art of Dialogue, and they spoke about everything that went down. They didn't seem like they were affected in any kind of way. They were the real prostitutes. If you want, they were male prostitutes, male escorts, if you will. You call it what you want to, right? But somehow, some way, right, they don't get the same look. Wow. Right? The prosecution, at least 135 months are necessary. The judge says, let's take a break. If I like, I can support. Boom. Can you support PayPal? That's for inner city press. So they're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to take a break. We ain't going nowhere. We're going to stay right here. Don't go nowhere. We staying right here, ladies and gentlemen. But as I was saying earlier, in regards to the Keep ED situation in that trial, it looks to me that Diddy's going to be in jail during the Keep ED Tupac murder trial. And I think one thing can be said is that he could feel lucky that, hey, you know, I've been sentenced in this case. Another thing, like I said, I don't know who or what is working behind the scenes. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And like I said, once again, let's not forget that Cassie had brung up the situation involving Diddy when Diddy went over to the Jerry's Deli in Hollywood and basically tried to get at Suge Knight. And one of the assistants testified to that from that perspective. Let's not forget about that. So.
They said Tupac was untouchable. But behind the walls of Rikers Island, he was just a man, wounded, watching his back, and wondering who he could trust. He survived bullets, betrayal, and isolation behind bars. But what happened inside those walls has never been told until now. In the darkest corner of Rikers, he found betrayal and a brotherhood no one saw coming. These dudes smiled in my face, then flipped and tried to kill me, and I never saw it coming. They were Puff's security, Biggie's muscle, Henchman's people, and Tupac knew exactly who sent them. This is the side of Tupac Shakur the world never got to see. Told by the man who lived it with him. Not in the studio, but in a 6x9 cell. The rap battles, sex and drama with female guards, the tears, the silence after Jada Pinkett's visit, and the moment Tupac almost broke. Before Death Row, before All Eyes on Me, before Machiavelli, there was Rikers. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, available now on Amazon. Get your copy. Learn the truth.
Yes, yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. So, like I said once again, when we talking about the situation involving the sentencing, I think to be fair, we say what Jay said. What you say, Jay? Jay said he gonna go to Danbury FCI. He ain't gonna go to Ferriton. He ain't gonna go to Ferriton. He ain't gonna go to Camp Cupcake. Who does that? Although M16 said, I hope that they give him the max, bro. Yeah, like I said, it don't look like he coming up out the courtroom today. You know what I mean? It don't look like he gonna walk about the courtroom, despite trying to be prepared for what it is that he's trying to get in front of at this particular time. It just doesn't seem that way. You know what I mean? It seems like the odds, the cards, whatever you want to call it, are stacked against him at this particular time. And that this don't seem like it's gonna work out like that for him, man. Yeah, it don't seem like it's gonna work out for him like that. But we're gonna see. Like I said, right now they basically taking a break, and we're gonna get back to it in a minute. So what you guys think? Who else would say? Jay? What Jay say? Jay said what? I never said Diddy was convicted of the R word. Straight game. He might go to Lewisburg camp. Yeah, like I said, wherever Diddy go, you know what I mean? I don't think he gonna really have no problem. You know what I mean? He got too much money. You know what I mean? You know, and like I said, a lot of cats, you know, if he in that area, you know what I mean? In Lewisburg or wherever he's gonna be at, you know what I mean? He might go to Allentown, Pennsylvania. He could go there. They got a camp up there. I think he might go to like Allentown, somewhere like that in Pennsylvania. I don't think he's gonna go, you know, either the Lewisburg camp or something like that. But wherever he goes, you know, hopefully, if you know, like I said, we still don't know yet. We still don't know. You know what I mean? It's a possibility they might say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna give him probation. You know, I'm gonna give him 2 years and 2 years probation. You know what I mean? The judge can say, I'm gonna give him 2 years time served, 2 years probation, and he serve out the rest of the time. He do 6 months somewhere else, and the judge give him 2 years. He could say that, right? Say, I'm gonna give him 4 years. He said, I could give him 4 years, time served, and suspend the other 2 years and give him probation. You know what I mean? That could be the sentence also. We just don't know yet. When you say JP6 Gunner said not a chance. So tap in. Tell me how much time do you think they're gonna give him? Put the number of years. 5 years, 10 years, 12 years, 20 years, 15 years, 11 years, 12 years. How much time do you think they're gonna give Diddy? Brother John's Music said he getting 8 to 12 years, period. Keith Williams, I think you're a little misguided. The money to fight an appeal is not that much, bro. The kind of money that Diddy got, that's not a lot of money. The average person, yeah, but to him, it's not a lot of money. You say $80,000 on appeal. You just filing brief. They filing briefs, and then you go and you argue. Like I said once again, but could he get an appeal bond? You know, like I said, and you know, when the prosecution said that Diddy's going to be a threat for the rest of his life, you got to understand what they're saying. They're saying what they're basically saying. What you want to get life in prison? You know what I mean? They're saying 135 months, right? It's basically, you know what I mean? What you want the man to have life in prison? According to them, he can't be rehabilitated. And see, this is the thing that, like I said, when people say things like that and they make that argument, the callousness of that argument says, well, if he can't be rehabilitated from anything that he's going through, then, well, Cassie can't either. Right? Because they saying that Cassie was a prostitute. But now Cassie married with kids. So she can be rehabilitated from what they're saying that she was or alleging that she was. Right? Now, Gina Hung basically saying in her letter that, hey, they tried to make me say that I was a victim when I wasn't a victim. Right? And when they found out that Gina Hung wasn't going to come to court and testify to what they wanted her to testify to, they were like, we're not going to use her. Right? That's what she said in her letter. So, yeah. Yeah. So like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we currently on a break. They currently on a break. But we still here in the building. But yeah, I just, like I said, once again, I just think it's interesting. When somebody wants to look at you a certain kind of way and they'll say certain things about you, when, you know, they can see somebody else that does the same thing in a whole different light. It doesn't weigh the same. And like I said, once again, you can also take into account that there's a lot of animosity, jealousy, and outright disdain for Diddy just because the money that he has, being able to fight the case. I think the DA is still kind of mad that they didn't get all of the convictions that they wanted to get. And as you can see, you know, they're still trying to argue all of the other things that he wasn't convicted of as it relates to him being sentenced and saying, hey, you know what? You should still consider these things even though he wasn't convicted of them. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of unreasonable. But once again, under case law and precedent, that can still happen. That's still a real possibility that one can do that, and it's allowed in the court. They can consider it. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, yeah, like I said, once again, a lot of people have a lot of, you know, you can look at the video and you can, on the hotel video, and people can come up with their own conclusion. But at the end of the day, like I said, I don't think that I think Diddy needs some kind of program. You know what I mean? I mean, like I said, he's been in prison. He's been in jail for, 14 months. I think he needs some kind of program, some kind of drug treatment program and domestic violence program, and then he can come home, but still be on probation. That's what I think. I think that he needs a drug program. I think he needs, domestic violence, some kind of program dealing with domestic violence. And, then after he completes that program, I would say about 6 months, then he can come home and be on probation too. Yeah. Basically what they want to make Diddy the poster child. Right? They want to make him the poster child for domestic violence, if you will, or this situation, or the Mann Act, if you will. They want to make him the poster child for the Mann Act. Yeah. So when we got what? October, November, December, January, February. So we got November, December, January, February. That's 3 months, ladies and gentlemen, and the Tupac murder trial will begin. It is my best guess that Sean P. Diddy Combs is going to be in jail for that. They do not want to see him in the streets. involved in anything like that. You know what I mean? He will be sitting behind bars, possibly watching them talk about him in the trial, in the murder trial of Tupac Amaru Shakur, and talk about how he allegedly hired Keefe D to assassinate Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur on September 7th. Well, not specifically on that night, but the implication is from Suge Knight that Keefe D told him that, that was already in play. And he said that, like I said, he said that on the Art of Dialogue just the other day. So if you haven't seen that interview where he's talking about, like, hey, you know what? Keefe D basically confessed to him that the reason why they did what they did was based on the fact that Sean P. Diddy Combs had put a contract out on their life. But like I said, I was saying earlier in regards to Greg Kading. Greg Kading, I seen a short. Greg Kading said that he didn't think that the government would have anything. Well, the question was in regards to Suge Knight coming to testify against Keefe D, right? Or in favor of Keefe D, but I think it said against Keefe D. And Greg Kading took it the other way, because I think Greg Kading is more on the side of having Keefe D convicted. But I think he read the question in the space of, testifying and saying Keefe D wasn't in the car or Suge didn't see him. I don't think at this particular point, after what Suge said on the Art of Dialogue, that he would come to court and say something like that. From that perspective, right? But yeah, hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. We ain't going nowhere. Look, check it out. Let's see what they doing, man. It should be about a 15-minute break. Shouldn't be that long. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We back in. Yeah, let's go. Combs, Driscoll, right? Listen, and this is Combs' team's now arguing, right? Diddy's team is now arguing. Driscoll, the DOJ has long said that the Mann Act prosecutions should focus on the commercial cases, right? This is what they said, and this is the reason why I like these arguments when you come down to dealing with the law, right? Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, and now, so they're now bringing in their arguments. The Jordan case, it is not uncomparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. That was his second chance. So like I said, they basically talked about that too. Also, they talked about the guy Jordan, USA versus Dylan Jordan, or Jordan Dylan, how he got the time that he got involved in the case involving the Mann Act with him, but he had been convicted of sex crimes before and served 8 years in Cuba prior to having this situation, if you will, right? And so it was his second chance, right? Driscoll says Jordan made $1.4 million. So Jordan was getting money from prostitution, right? $1.4 million. Do you know how many sex acts that is, right? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. One was raped after being drugged. So now they're going into the actual the intricacies of the Jordan case, and it's nothing like Diddy's case. You see what I'm saying? Once again, it's easy to try to group somebody in with a bunch of other people, but that's simply not the situation here. So like I said, ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm telling we over here, we're going gavel to gavel with this. Yeah. So that's interesting, right? Jordan, the guy Dylan Jordan, made $1.4 million pimping and pandering, ladies and gentlemen. Right? I would say Diddy paid out probably over 1.4 million. You know what I mean? All that tricking he was doing. Right? Driscoll, Jordan, like I said, once again. Yeah. So the case, like I said, for people that don't understand, the case that they're trying to, the case that the precedent in the case that they're trying to use to get Diddy 135 months is the one of the cases is U.S. versus Dylan Jordan, if you will, right? And so the Diddy's defense team is arguing that, hey, you know what? This case is nothing like our client's case. Our client didn't make any money, and basically saying that the Department of Justice has long said that the Mann Act prosecutions should focus on the commercial cases. This wasn't a commercial case. They're basically what they're arguing. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this, right? The Jordan case, it is not comparable, right? He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes, and basically it was his second chance or second situation that he was involved in something like this. He said in the Jordan situation, 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex, and 1 was raped after being drugged. And like I said, Diddy's situation was nothing like that. Like I said, hit the thumbs up button, y'all. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Like I said, we appreciate you being over here with us and giving us your ear and your time, y'all. For sure. So like I said, type in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. How much time do you think that they're going to give Sean P. Diddy Combs? How much time do you think they're going to give him, ladies and gentlemen? Please tell me something. No, the Mann Act is a federal case. The Mann Act can be charged federally or state, but usually when it's dealing in pimping and prostitution and stuff like that, a lot of times it involves the feds because it involves interstate trafficking and commerce. So. So I think now Diddy's team, they're gonna make their arguments now, and then we're gonna come up to where Diddy comes up. He's supposed to address the court, and then after he addresses the court, you know what I mean? He's gonna see. Or what's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? POC? POC 9900 said this is some bullshit. Marcus Maximus said 5 years. Chad Martin said 12 to 24 years. Well, the guidelines is under 20 years. 8 to 10 years. Time served. He'll do 2 and the rest on probation. Yeah, absolutely. You know, yeah, you got a lot of people that don't really. That's why I say, man, don't be out here breaking the law if you don't know it. You're like, yeah, man, I thought. Like, nah, no, sir. We're putting the handcuffs on you. No, you were wrong about that. Once again. Yeah, we waiting for the turnover to happen. We would hope they're not having any kind of objections. Objection, Your Honor. His argument is not proper right now. Sticky in the building. What's good? Cut Creatives getting spooky. Drew Monger say he gonna get time served. I don't think you're gonna get 10 to 18 years. Come on, man. You haven't been listening to what's going on. The judge saying that like I said, the case that they're arguing, if you look at right now in the Dillon case, is not applicable, right? And like I said, they arguing that's why they went up on the high side of the time that they had asked for, based on the fact that that the guy Dillon had a prior record where he was in Cuba for 8 years for sex crimes. And he made over $1.4 million, as you can see. So they're basically saying that R. Hill is in the building. What's good? Johannan Love, Juanita Noble, Chat Martin, Cut Creative, Sticky, POC 9900, Letitia F, Iceman, Light Gervin, Sea Breeze, BC, what's good? Here you go, 41 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen. As a note, as Combs, Driscoll goes on about U.S. versus Dylan Jordan, Inner City Press has put up an extra about the case, which is covered on X for subscribers. Here on X, Combs' sentencing thread continues below. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Driscoll. There is another case with 7 victims, ladies and gentlemen. So now, once again, they argue the case. There is another case with 7 victims. Ongoing grouping enhancement applied, right? Defendant got 18 months, was released after 9 months. Then there's 18 CR 203-376 from the SD in Florida, right? Southern District of Florida. they generated 1.8 million, and they got 15 months, ladies and gentlemen. It's a possibility that Diddy might walk out the courtroom, right? Salute to the Art of Dialoguers in the building. Art of Dialogue say 3 years with time served. But right now, Art, they basically saying they saying in the case. Listen, like I said, the case law, right? Driscoll is arguing there's another case, right? And listen to what they're saying in this case. See, they tried to bring in the Dillon case. Driscoll is saying there's another case with 7 victims. No grouping enhancement applied, right? Because that's what the prosecution is trying to get the grouping enhancement applied in this case. The defendant got 18 months, was released after 9 months. Then there's 18 CR 203-376 from the Southern District of Florida. They generated, meaning the people that were participating in the pimping and the pandering, they generated 1.8 million and got 15 months. So if they want to go by the guidelines from that perspective in dealing with that, then that's basically what they're going. That's a great argument. That's why I say it's different when you in the courtroom versus, you know, what somebody thinks versus what the case law says. And like I said, once again, so now understand this. And one got to understand. Rodney in the building. Rodney 3121. What's good? Scotland in the building. 10 plus years. I think people on the high side, I don't think they understand what's going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. Right? You got to understand. Look at what the lawyer's arguing, because it's very important that you understand this, because on an appeal, if the judge gives Diddy 10 years, hypothetically, let's say hypothetically, a Judge Submarinian gave him 10 years. If he gave him 10 years, then Diddy, from that perspective, would be he would be ripe for an appeal. And I think they'd file that appeal within 30 days, probably within 10 days. And the cases that they would argue that more fit into the line of what Diddy did, him being a first-time offender, would be along with this case in the Southern District of Florida, right? So they're dealing with cases in the federal district. You say, how do the previous cases compare? Once again, but I don't think I don't even think that's taken into consideration. I think that would be taken. The remorse thing would be taken into consideration by the judge, but that doesn't have anything to do with the law. You know, the judge can take that in consideration, like he take everything else into consideration, right? But yeah, other than that, nah. But look at, like I said, once again, they're using Dillon. Dillon got what? I think 5 years or something like that. A little bit longer than 5 years. Driscoll is arguing the cases down in the Southern District of Florida. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Combs Driscoll. Listen, in John cases, they're talking about trick cases. The John cases mean the people who participate in prostitution, not the pimps, but the John, right? They saying Diddy was a John. Diddy wasn't a pimp, right? They said he was a trick, whatever you want to call it. In John cases, the average sentence is 6 to 7 months, right? And they saying Diddy was a John, right? This is what the defense is arguing. In this and other cases, the defendant texted the victim, right? I meant what I said about making a mold of your pussy, right? The rest of you ain't worth shit. You see what I'm saying? So now, this is what he's saying in regards to, he say, in these other cases, like I said, this is a typo. In these other cases, the defendant texted the victims. So basically, let me break it down. So in John cases, the average sentence is 6 to 7 months when you basically trying to buy some sex from a woman or whatever, right? But he's basically saying, in these other cases, the defendant texted the victim, and not in Diddy case, in other cases, the defendant texted the victims I meant what I said about making a mold of your pussy, right? The rest of you ain't worth shit, Judge. But there was no threat of violence in that case, right? So the judge is basically weighing it out. He's listening to what the Driscoll is saying, and he's weighing it out. And so I don't know. I don't remember. Did he? Well, I wouldn't say threats. We've seen the violence, but I don't know if there's threats of violence, right? Well, what if the judge is asking that question? Was there any violence at all, and how and where did that violence come from? I think the question would be, right? Right? Driscoll, Miss Slavic, listen, Driscoll once again, ladies and Miss Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. That's what I was trying to tell y'all, right? Anybody else does not get that same consideration. You understand what I'm saying? You know, they're blaming Diddy for having a drug problem, right? They blame Diddy for having a drug problem. Anybody else, right? You know, well, you know, if it's Lil Johnny, then, you know, well, you know, he has a drug problem and we're trying to deal with that and, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, it's just not looked at the same way. Basically say we think that it was inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor as to why he was doing what he's doing. Let's talk about 13 CR 294, the District of Oregon, ladies and gentlemen. So they're going through these other cases, the District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a young girl, docket 85, right? The defendant paid for a session with a young girl. Listen, I want y'all to pay attention to this, because people that's not really paying attention and you thinking how you thinking because you might hate Diddy or whatever, they're giving you these other cases, this case in dealing with the District of Oregon, where they're saying the defendant paid for a session with a young girl. See docket 85. Now, once again, they're arguing this in front of the judge. If the judge comes down with a sentence that's not reasonable, or that doesn't fall within what the defense think the sentence should be, they're going to immediately appeal. And what they're doing now is they're getting this on the record and arguing these cases and saying, hey, you know, the trial judge had all of this information in front of him. He can use his discretion, but we feel like, you know, he was unfair. That's the argument that they could make. So. Kane in the building. You Feel Me TV in the building. All the dialogue in the building. Who else? Scotland. Prestige Cash. JP Six Gunner. Chet Martin. Open for life without parole. Once again, Driscoll. The defendant, Riggs, got 24 months, ladies and gentlemen. So they're arguing the guy by the name of Riggs, right, who paid for a session with a young girl. Driscoll's arguing the defendant, Riggs, got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. 3553A6 says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. Listen, y'all. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on PACER. His case is different. The judge, who's next? Miss Westmoreland. So you gotta understand. Listen, that was hella the look. The judge was like, who's next? Listen, you gotta. Driscoll made a hell of an argument. The defendant Riggs, who paid for a session with a young girl, right? The defendant, Riggs, got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. Absolutely, right? 3553A6 says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities, he said, I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on PACER. His case is different, talking about Diddy's. So now Westmoreland is coming up now, and she's going to make her argument. Westmoreland, who got Breonna Bungdalen caught up in her lies, right? Westmoreland, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in MDC. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. So Westmoreland is now getting up there giving her her statement. So she's not going to really try to argue any cases or anything like that. Basically, she's arguing his character overall. So Attorney Westmoreland is being more of a character witness, if you will, than a legal scholar at this particular point. It's Sheed in the building. What's good? You Feel Me TV, Kane. Shout out to all of the people that are not in the chat. Hope you subscribe to the channel. We appreciate your time. Keishana Carver, what's good? JP6 Gunner. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit off the topic. I just wanted to say this. I didn't want to make a video about it, but I wanted to talk about this. The other day, I don't know if you saw it on Bums First, Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. and Gullible John. They put up an old. They had been claiming that they had some kind of audio of Suge Knight saying that Tupac had been sexually assaulted in jail. And you know, me being a musician and having audio equipment and things like that, I listened to the audio, ladies and gentlemen, and what they changed was the actual typing as to what was being said on the screen when you listen to it. When you listen to the full audio of that, Suge said it didn't happen like that, right? They tried to make it look like Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. and Gullible John tried to make it look like he said it did happen like that. I just want to say something. There were people on there on the in the comments. Basically, one guy had said he was like, "Man, I'm done with this channel. He said, you know, I could clearly hear Suge say it didn't happen like that. You know, when you try to manipulate people into thinking certain things about certain people, I guess I don't even know for what purpose, if you will. It's crazy. It's crazy. I just wanted to bring that up. And they actually, you know, used Tupac's name and say, yeah, Suge disrespected Tupac, and it wasn't even that, ladies and gentlemen. That's crazy. When somebody wants you to say something to be something so bad that they would actually play audio of you saying something and trying to convince the public that what you said wasn't what you said, and it was what they wanted you to say. It's sickening. It's amazing. You know, I just wanted to chime in on that, man. Like I said, I didn't feel like it was even worth making a video because once again, you know, who would post something like that? Like if I'm dealing with somebody and on the channel and I can listen to it, let me listen to it first, you know. Like, no, he's not saying that. You know what I mean? And just be honest about what's going on. Yeah. This is the climate that we live in, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of people on YouTube, you know, falling for the banana in the tailpipe just because they want to hear certain things. So with that being said, yeah. One minute. Westmoreland, there were not many black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it. Clothing, too. It was not just urban streetwear. It was upscale. It brought unity. It inspired change. So they're talking about Diddy's accomplishments and the things that he did. Like I said, I mean, I think, you know, in this situation, you know, then you got it, they arguing, you know, for less time and all of that. But damn, I mean, you know, you would think, you know, they make it seem like, you know, the way this is coming up, you would think Diddy killed 3 people. You know what I mean? You know, something like that. I mean, you know, he did this, he had clothing, like, of course, all of those things. But like I said, once again, the Intercontinental tape with him hitting on Cassie and kicking Cassie, you know, it kind of destroyed everything that people thought about him based on the fact that he dealt with the public image in the what you call it, publicity. You know, it was a lot of publicity being pushed and things like that. So, you know, from that perspective, I think, you know, they fighting real hard. It's like, he had clothes, he had all of this thing. The judge knows all of this. Like I said, but once again, they have to get it on record that they argued all of these things, so that in case the judge imposes a sentence that might seem unfair or could appear to be unfair, then they can appeal it and have the arguments and things that they, you know, deem sufficient made available to the appeals court, that they made it their arguments in front of the trial judge. So yeah, they talking about it. The urban streetwear, ladies and gentlemen, urban streetwear that Diddy, you know, Diddy came with his A game. You said, Antoine Pinkney said, I think Brian Steele should go last. His demeanor in the courtroom goes without saying. Samuel Banks in the building. I think it's going to be 3 to 4 years, though I think he should be released and charged with the Reggie, the Rat Right Jr. for Pac. Yeah, yeah. Say Trump will pardon Diddy. Yeah, that's another thought. People saying that, you know, Trump gonna pardon Diddy in regards to I think if you feel like Diddy's given too much time or given an unfair sentence, I think he might pardon him. It all depends. You just never know, man. Like I said, with Donald Trump, you just never know. Once again, you know, I think if they probably were talking to Donald Trump, it's like, yeah, if you pardon him, it's going to be a bad look for you, being that Donald Trump had been charged with 34 felonies, a situation with the lady involving the defamation lawsuit for what she called was the R word. Yeah, I think Donald Trump treaded lightly on that one. I don't think he wanted to go down that rabbit hole, if you will. Yeah. I think the Harry O pardon came at the request of Snoop. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty much sure. It's favor for a favor's politics, right? So, but yeah, he did pardon Harry O though. But I mean, Harry O did 30 years, 30 some odd years. So I mean, it's a little bit different when you ain't been sentenced yet. You know what I mean? The jury's not in the court no more. Forever Cali Girl 89. Yeah, the jury's not in the court no more. The jury's home or on vacation or wherever they are right now. They're just giving this presentation in front of the judge. And like I said, it's a lot of the stuff that the judge already knows. They just have to get it on record. Yeah, that's all. Getting it on record. All the dialogue said he think they're going to get 3 years. They're going to give him 3 years. Who was that? Somebody said 12 years. Somebody said 18 to 24 years. Adonis said Trump ain't pardoning Diddy. Period. Adonis said that he said that like he got a a straight line to Trump. You know what I mean? He ain't pardoning him. He ain't gonna pardon him, Adonis. Why he ain't gonna pardon? Kibo in the building. He ain't getting reelected, so that's why. So what's the big deal? Yeah, you look at it like that too, right? We're gonna see what, like I said once again, we're gonna see just what happens. You know what I mean? Under the circumstance. Right. Let's see what Westmoreland say again. She shouldn't be up. Westmoreland shouldn't be up here talking long. I mean, there's only certain many things that she possibly could say, right? So Westmoreland said, Westmoreland, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt. Westmoreland, Diddy, Westmoreland in the courtroom crying, y'all. She sobs. Oh my God. Then there was revolt. Wow. So let's make a note of that. Westmoreland is actually crying. His attorney is actually crying on his behalf, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland, who was involved in the case dealing with Cash Money, where she sued. Diddy's attorney was involved with the case with Cash Money, where she sued Cash Money, somebody that worked for Cash Money Records, for rape. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who don't know who Westmoreland is. Jay said 60 months. Funky 42 said time served. Yeah, Westmoreland, y'all see it right there. Westmoreland, in spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt, ladies and gentlemen. That's when you know your attorney feel for you, man. She really fighting, man. You know what I mean? She didn't shed a tear. You know? But like I said, Diddy, Diddy did a lot of dumb shit, you know, that he shouldn't have did. It's like, dude, don't put yourself in that position. But like I said, a lot of times when people got that kind of money, they think they're untouchable, if you will. And a lot of times it's just simply not that, man. You know, a lot of times you just be humble, you know. Yeah, be humble, man. Let's see what we got, man. Westmoreland again. Westmoreland says he's just trying to help. He opened the door. He opened 3 charter schools in the neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black excellence. The youth are our coach, our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in D.C. Yeah, Diddy was out there doing his thing. Like I said, once again, you know, you can't take away all of those things that he did in the past. And like I said, once again, when you think about what they're trying to do is overshadow all of his accomplishments. I mean, I get it. I understand people have hiccups, people, you know, and now they're trying to convince us that that he has no redeemable qualities, right? And I would beg to differ from that. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, but you know, it's the way it goes, man. You know, like you say, stay out there, stay out the courtroom, stay out the police precinct. You know, all the tough guy shit, let it alone. So Westmoreland says he's just trying to help. He opened it. And like I said, if you take somebody's sex life and put it under a microscope and the freak offs and all of that thing, you can have a different perspective of a person if that's all they show you, right? Versus all of the other stuff. Like I said, if you haven't seen the video, the Art of Dialogue had put the video up over on his Twitter account. You can go check it out. And it was a very touching video. You can see, like I said, once again, him home with his grandkids, with his kids, and just the growing up and the things that we didn't see. You know what I mean? Like I said, you got to talk about it. If you're going to talk about it, you got to talk about it from every aspect. You know, not just the aspect that benefits one side before it benefits the other, if you will. So that part, I think, is very, very important. Westmoreland said Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, sobs. So Westmoreland in there crying real crocodile tears, man. What his attorney, Sean P. Diddy Combs' attorney, Westmoreland, is in there crying real crocodile tears. Mr. Combs was there. He said, listen, everyone, sobs. I'm sorry. He said, don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up and put action behind your dreams. And then he said, don't forget to help others. That changed my life. And the crazy part is she's saying that Diddy inspired her, and now she's actually representing Sean P. Diddy Combs in the case. Now, I wouldn't say where he's fighting for his life. I don't want to be over dramatic, but you know, yeah, in the case that yeah, definitely is going to affect, you know, his foreseeable future, if you will, right? Yeah, but Westmoreland is definitely he's giving it up. He's giving it up, man. Westmoreland says Mr. Combs is just a man, and he made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that they've helped so many lives, right? Countless lives. He's been in jail and he's remorseful. He spent every day, I spend every day speaking with him, right? She laying it out there, man. You know, great lawyer, great lawyer. Nancy Nicole in the building said JP6 gonna, the odds are against it, but I can hope. Can I? I mean, not only just with prison reform, Nancy Nicole, but like I said, Diddy has his own problems, and I think once again, some kind of program, you know, you know, drug rehabilitation as well as domestic violence, and then like I said, he should be able to come home. Something in inpatient treatment, yeah, and then he should be able to come home. You know, I don't think that you know, prison. Like I say, he already been in prison. You know, that's only if you hate the man, then you want to see him in prison from that perspective. If you want to see the man get help, then I think this is a situation where he would need help. He wouldn't need prison from that perspective. You know, he would need some kind of help, man. And anybody wishing prison because he was having freak offs with his girlfriend and hiring, you know, dudes because that's his thing and that's what got him off. You know what I mean? Then I think they totally what's the name? Like I said, and like I said, if you're looking at the Cassie tape and you want that to be a circumstance in which you look at it from that perspective, you got to look at it realistically and say that was a state charge. Cassie didn't press no charges for whatever reason. You can give it whatever reason you want to. She didn't press charges. They came up in the criminal case in this case where I feel like they overcharged him, but like I said, people can think what they want. You know what I mean? He got convicted of the Mann Act, right? Transporting, you know, prostitution across state lines or whatever you want to call it, and so on and so forth. Okay, cool. Does he seem like he has a sex problem or problem, whatever? Yeah, but that's personal. Okay. Does he have a drug problem? Yeah. Okay, let's deal with the underlying issues. And then we can talk about everything else. Yeah, so this is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland is on the stand, and or should I say at the podium. She's crying real crocodile tears for her client. real crocodile tears, man. She giving it up, man. She giving it up. Seem like it's a lot of begging and pleading. to try to, get a judge to get a man the right amount of time. Come on, Yana. Don't do him. Don't do Diddy like that. Diddy ran the city now. Said Diddy ran the city and not the itty bitty committee. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Westmoreland. In the MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how a free game for Diddy was born, right? No one's done this in the MDC before, right? No. Yi Chin taught Chinese in MDC, then got 15 years for fentanyl. Oh man. Oh, that was hilarious, yo. You see that? Westmoreland said in MDC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how free game for Diddy was born. No one's done this in the MDC before. Inner City Press put up a note. Yi Chin taught Chinese in MDC, then got 15 years for fentanyl. Wow. People are tripped, man. People are tripped. Like I said, hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Let them know we over here. Basically, we just want to know. Basically, the world want to know, Yana, how much time you gonna give him? Hey, I think if Diddy gets sent, after he gets sentenced, Diddy gonna cut that check off to Jane Doe. He gonna cut that check off. That money you gonna have to go. She gonna have to go get a job. Yeah. Well, recidivism is a big problem that they don't address. But like I said, it's not even about a problem that somebody needs to address. It's up to one to make a distinction whether they want to keep on going down the road that they want to go down. You know what I mean? You want to keep on committing crimes and doing dumb shit. You know what I mean? Because you like going to jail and you like 3 hots in the cot and somebody telling you when to get up, when to shit, shower, and shave. Then, that's on the individual after a while. You went and did it the first time, okay, cool, you made a mistake. But you keep going back, keep doing the same old craziness. That's not about the person. That's about a person's action and making a decision. Nah, it came. The check came with you. I understand what you mean, but stopping the check then basically would have said that it was something else other than what it was. So that was a great part. So like I said, that was more of saying that it was a relationship. It wasn't what's the name? And I believe it was a relationship. They traveled together. They did things together. Like I said, they got pictures together. She talked about how much 50 Cent's son would say that, how nice Diddy was to him and all of that. So, it was a relationship. Like I said, once again, if you prosecuting the case, the prosecution wants to create a narrative in order to make you look like the worst person in the world. You know what I mean? Yeah, I guess that's part of their job. To hell with all of the people he helped. To hell with the schools that he opened up. Hell with the charter schools. You know what I mean? To hell with, the businesses that he helped people start and all of that. He is X, Y, and Z. And that's who he is, and that's who he always going to be. That's who he always was. He got his, at one point they was trying to convince us that that's where he got his money from. you know, in the media, if you was listening to him, you know. So you got to be careful of what you, like I said, the information that you take in, man. Westmoreland, there is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you, Judge, Mr. Steele. So Brian Steele now is coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Steele, Mr. Steele, Combs. We wanted his children to come up, then show the video. Judge, please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. So Diddy Kids is coming up testifying right now, ladies and gentlemen. Diddy's kids, Quincy Brown, he's my father. All right. So they letting the kids come up and talk and speak on the behalf of Diddy. Like I said, once again, you could take, the people can, like I said, if we was dealing with the somewhat the same thing or something different, people could take what they knew about your life, magnify that one thing, keep telling it over and over and over with the help of multi-billion-dollar news corporations airing your business out on television every day, right? And people would come to know you for that. Like I said, once again, for a lot of people who was back then doing the Tupac trial, right? When Tupac had got locked up for the situation involving Ayanna Jackson. When you looked at the daily news, the media, Tupac Shakur, for rape, blah, 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 blah. We didn't understand how sinister the media could be at that particular time, right? And the ulterior motives that they could have and the pressure that they could have from outside sources. If you weren't savvy enough to understand that, you wouldn't get it. It's sort of like the Jimmy Kimmel thing, right? Somebody didn't like somebody or somebody didn't like something that somebody said. They could make a phone call. You wouldn't have known that they made that phone call, right? And they can have your whole program yanked. And you wondering, and they telling you, they giving you some fictitious ass reason. Oh, it was because of ratings. It was because of this, right? The same thing with Tupac. When the situation happened down there in Georgia with the off-duty Atlanta police, right? He shot 2 off-duty police officers. They made it seem like that Tupac knew that these people were off-duty police officers. They made it seem like that in the media, and when they disseminated the information across the airwaves, that wasn't the case. When you really sat back and listened to it, a lot of things that they didn't say, and one of the main things they didn't bring forward was the fact that the gun that the off-duty police officers had was stolen from the evidence room, right? They didn't want to really focus on that part of it. You know what I mean? They wanted to focus on the part that they thought, was more damaging to Tupac. And so when you understand the facts and you listen for the facts and you're able to get the whole, all of the information, you can make an informed decision. The same thing with Diddy. They basically overcharged Diddy. They overcharged him. Same thing they did with Pac. Overcharged him. A woman he had a consensual relationship with. Diddy. Women he had consensual relationships with, right? Something happens. Okay, cool. They come in, and then they go and they flip the women. Like I said, Gina Hung basically said that they tried to make her say that she was a victim. And she was like, no, I wasn't. They tried to make her seem like she was being prostituted and so on. She said, no, I wasn't. Once again, I believe the same thing happened with Ayanna Jackson. Tupac and her had an intimate relationship. That night that situation happened, it wasn't Tupac that she was with that night. It was, 2 other people. Tupac said he regret leaving her in the room like that, and he should have not closed his eyes until he left. But once again, they had a consensual relationship. And when they charged them with rape, sodomy, all of these other things, knowing damn well those things didn't happen, right? But it didn't stop them from charging him with it. Hoping that he would take a plea. He didn't. Got convicted of a lesser, which was basically what Tupac got convicted of, was forcibly touching the buttocks. Diddy on the same thing, not the same situation, but charged with all of those charges, but he got convicted of what? The lesser, the Mann Act. You know? So you got to understand how the law can be used against you when they stack charges up against you. It's like, we'll just overcharge it. It doesn't stop it. A lot of times, you know, some of those charges get dismissed before you even go to court. What was the charge? What was the case just recently? Even with the FBI, former FBI director, James Comey, and him being charged just recently in Virginia with the case. The judge in that case, during the preliminary hearing, basically dismissed one of the charges against him. You see what I'm saying? And so that's just how it works. Sometimes they'll try to stack up the charges and try to get you to plead to a lesser. Yeah, it's a strategy. So, like I said, once again, when you understand what's going on, you'll get it. If you don't, and you thinking, you emotionally reacting and like, yeah, I think that he should be in, you gotta understand what was just done. You know what I mean? They took Diddy's sex life. Like I said, the Cassie tape was a state charge, should have been dealt with in LA. She never filed charges. Okay, we got a chance to see the tape. Okay, we got a chance to judge Diddy and say, yeah, he's a domestic abuser, which he is. That from that tape, like I said, once again, the other instance of violence involved a Jane Doe, 50 Cent's baby mama, and where she said she initiated the violence against him and he responded, right? Once again, but you didn't hear the prosecution even say of it like that. They made it seem like he was the aggressor, he was the instigator, and so on and so forth. So understand really truly what it is and when it happens like that, right? So now let's move on. Let's see what the son is saying. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I tried to give it a little bit more. Then we have Quincy. He said he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. Next, my name is Justin Combs. I ask you to give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. Justin Combs. I talk with my father every day. Every other hour. Next, I am Christian Combs. I am the one who most resembles my pops, my mannerism, my whole life. I study my dad up and down. He's the greatest man in the world, my superhero, Christian Combs. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes. I see as his twin that he has changed. Next, my name is Jesse Combs, and I'm 18 years old. She cries. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. Wow. Powerful, y'all. These are powerful statements, man. These are powerful statements, man, coming from your kids, you know. Hopefully the judge will give a lot of credence to what these kids are saying, because it's different when your children speak than when any lawyer speaks or anybody else speaks. That speaks volumes on your character, who you are as an individual, who you've been as a father. And we're talking about this here. These are the things that also happen behind the scenes, just like the situation with Cassie. So that we were able to see the video with Cassie from the Intercontinental, and they're going to show a video of Diddy. Like I said, not something that was made for the courtroom, but video footage that has actually been recorded over the years with him, his kids, and his family. You know, like I said, hopefully the judge takes that into consideration, ladies and gentlemen. But it's up to the judge. Yeah, it's up to the judge. So. Say Johan and Love said, yeah, these kids make you want to cry. You come to call and say, "Oh," for like 14 months. You've been in for KZ 14 months. Jesse Combs, it helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. Next, my name is Chance Combs. His daughter, he's changed, cried, sorry. He speaks with a clear mind. Right. That's powerful right there. That listen to me. Listen, this is powerful right here. My name is Chance Combs. His daughter, he's changed. She cries, sorry. He speaks with a clear mind. This is a child who observed her father being under the influence of drugs, knowing and observing that he wasn't speaking with a clear mind. She now gets up and says, he's changed. She cries, sorry. He speaks with a clear mind, right? Next, my name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless, right? Wow. So now these kids, the brothers and sisters, now the 2-year-old that Diddy just had, right? Basically, they're saying we watch our older sister, our 2-year-old sister, she cannot grow up fatherless, right? So yeah, it's powerful, powerful statements, man. Powerful statement. Yeah, I know it's got to be breaking Diddy's heart, man, to be sitting there going through that and seeing his children say that about him. And like I said, once again, you know, being under the influence of all those drugs and just the whole lifestyle that he was living at that particular time. Yeah, it's crazy, crazy. 2 minutes ago, Delilah Combs, Your Honor, please cried. Let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. Judge, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. Combs still, we would like to show the movie here now. So, ladies and gentlemen, they're showing this movie right here. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, that's the video. If you want to watch the rest of the video, trying to see if we move past with this testimony. They're still watching the video. They still want to watch the video, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Smith said that the prosecution going to show the video where Diddy asked Fab about partying with him. Is that what he going to do, man? Wow. Yeah, I think, like I say, I think overall, when you think about, you're talking about affecting lives. Like I said, and I think Westmoreland was right when she said about, because you can look at, like I said, once again, you can look one aspect of somebody's life, and you can try to say, hey, you know, this is what I think, this is what I see, and you know, this person is the person that you want them to be while you describing them. But those videos, the video that we just watched, I think that was a little bit more powerful than anything, based on the fact that's your real life's work. That's Diddy's real life's work. On side of all of the other things that we've heard, like I said, the Tupac the situation, Keefy D, all of that, Suge Knight, all of that. Like I said, there's other aspects of things that he's done, you know what I mean, as the video shows. And like I said, he should be given credit for that. You know what I mean? Like I said, that wasn't no fluke. That was real life shit. And like I said, once again, he should be given credit for that. You know? But one, like I said, one must be accountable for all of their actions, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so we're gonna see, you know, what it is the judge does. I think we probably getting down to the final breaking point. We're getting up to that point where the judge is going to hand down his sentence. And yeah, we're going to see exactly just what that's going to be. We're going to bring it to you right here on Straight Game TV. And yeah. So this is what they're doing right now, ladies and gentlemen. They're watching the video in the courtroom. She's saying, Delilah comes and says, she said, Your Honor, please, she cries, please let us move forward. Not as a headline, but as a family. Like I said, you know, and the way they were talking about it was like, you know, you would have thought Diddy killed somebody, man. The way they, you know, he deserves 3,500 months. You know what I mean? 130,500 months. You know, like I said, once again, yeah. So we're going to see what happens, man. And whatever happened, I'm sure Diddy going to be happy that this part of his life is over. You know, they sentenced me. I you know, I did what I did. They handed down my sentence, you know, and yeah. It is what it is. So we're going to see what happens, man. We're going to see just how much time they try to give the brother. But like I said, for all of the people that have been really paying attention, I want you to think about something, man. I want you to think about something. You had people in the media, like I said, you had the fake book that was written about Diddy, if you will. You had the fake book talking about Justin Bieber, Jay-Z, and all of these people. You had these fake accusations of these fake civil cases, Jane Doe, John Doe. You had the lawyer from Texas, basically Tony Busby, you know, filing all of these cases. And like, it was like once, you know, Diddy was down, it was like, kick him, kick him, kick him. You know what I mean? Like I said, none of those cases have been settled. None of those cases have brought about any kind of convictions or anything like that, ladies and gentlemen. You know, they had situations where they was like, oh man, the one guy was like, oh, I seen tape with Justin Bieber on it. If this tape comes out, it was all lies, ladies and gentlemen. And then you can only ask yourself, well, who was this guy? Who were these people working for? That they could come up and make accusations like that and then none of it be true. Courtney Burgess being sued right now by Diddy for defamation, along with his attorney Ariel Mitchell. You know, so you got to ask yourself, like, hey, hold on, man, like, what was that all about? I mean, you know, if it was about any kind of truth, okay, you can deal with that. But I mean, people filing cases under Jane Doe's and John Doe's, and, you know, yeah. Deontay, what is it? Deontay, his stylist or whatever, you know, he's suing Diddy right now. He, you know, wrote a letter. He didn't, you know, say of any kind of assault, and like I said, he said he was fearful the whole time that he worked for him. But once again, will that be enough to be able to gain some kind of civil conviction in court, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. The video is over. Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Steele, the Reverend Dr. Johnson, the man, then the man from the reentry program, if you permit, the judge. Any more lawyers? Steele, myself, and then Mr. Donaldson. So they finished looking at the video, and now the Reverend Dr. Johnson is going to speak. I guess TD Jakes, Diddy don't mess with TD Jakes no more. You know what I mean? Usually TD Jakes would have been the person that would have been speaking on his behalf, but yeah. Wow. South Park TV said what? Keith E.D. goes down alone. Yeah, that's what it looked like for right now. You know? KZ, Nancy Nicole, all trying to get a bag. Yeah, that's what it seemed like to me. Everybody was trying to get a bag, man. You know, sometimes that money could be a detriment, man. It don't have to be necessarily a positive, especially if you don't know what to do with it. Go buy some clothes, go buy a car that they can't pay for, keep up the payments, man. It's crazy. Yep. So this is where we at right now, ladies, at 1:10 East Coast time. The video's over. Judge Mr. Steele, who will be speaking next? Mr. Steele, Reverend Dr. Johnson, then the man from the reentry program, if you permit. Judge, any more lawyers? Mr. Steele said myself, and then Mr. Donaldson. And then they're going to wrap it up. And then I think, I don't know if Diddy going to say anything. Yeah, they said he was supposed to speak up on his behalf, but we shall see. We waiting for the testimony to continue, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder if they taking the lunch break. Yeah, here we go. The judge will resume 2 p.m. This too I like to support. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the judge is resuming at 2 a.m., right? Meantime and in between time, like I said, I always like to do this, man, because yeah.
They said Tupac was untouchable. But behind the walls of Rikers Island, he was just a man, wounded, watching his back, and wondering who he could trust. He survived bullets, betrayal, and isolation behind bars. But what happened inside those walls has never been told until now. In the darkest corner of Rikers, he found betrayal and a brotherhood no one saw coming. These dudes smiled in my face, then flipped and tried to kill me, and I never saw it coming. They were Puff's security, Biggie's muscle, Henchman's people, and Tupac knew exactly who sent them. This is the side of Tupac Shakur the world never got to see, told by the man who lived it with him, not in the studio, but in a 6x9 cell. The rap battles, sex and drama with female guards, the tears, the silence after Jada Pinkett's visit, and the moment Tupac almost broke. Before Death Row, before All Eyes on Me, before Machiavelli, there was Rikers. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, available now on Amazon. Get your copy. Learn the truth.
Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. They say they're going to return at 2 o'clock, so I'm back at 2 trying to see it, if it do what it actually say it's going to do. Yeah, let's get back into it, man. Let's get back into it. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Like I said, once again, I didn't think them saying the speaking gig thing. A lot of people were talking about that, man. Talking about Sean P. Diddy Combs, even in the city press, posted something in regards to him allegedly setting up speaking gigs or something like that next week. I don't really know anything about that. Like I said, once again, who did the prosecution confirm that with? I mean, for all intents and purposes, for all we know, they could be just saying that to say that, and it has nothing to do with the actual truth. So, like I said, once again, it is 2 o'clock on the East Coast. And yeah, we should be ready to get started. Get it moving again. Get it moving again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Straight Game TV, thank you for tuning in. Like I say, I see the viewership goes down, the people watching goes down as we get up off of here, but we back again, and yeah, let's see what they got for us, man. We winding down though, ladies and gentlemen. We definitely winding down to the moment of truth, or should I say Diddy's moment of truth, if you will. As you can see right here where it says midway through the sentence in the U.S. Says Diddy set up speaking gigs in Miami next week. Mia won't testify due to bullying. Now, ladies and gentlemen, see now you can even look at that. They said Mia won't testify due to bullying. Bullying by who? And once again, that is a scare tactic that can be used. They don't know if Sean Diddy Combs said anything to the girl Mia, anything like that. As you see that, you know what I mean? As you see that, you read that, yeah, due to bullying. So they're making it appear that Diddy probably had somebody try to, you know what I mean? Without saying who, what, when, or where, right? Due to bullying. Bullying by who? Right? Did it actually happen? Is that actually true? Because Mia had said some things on the stand that wasn't actually true either. And she had got caught up in a few of her little twisted stories, if you will. So, yeah. I just find that to be interesting, man. People will say certain things and it doesn't have anything to do with the truth or anything like that. So, Yeah, AJ Parker said, I don't know about inner city press being a fraud. I think he's trying to make his Skrilla. He's trying to get his money, you know. Fatima in the house, Nancy Nicole, Southpaw TV, AJ Parker, BC in the house. So next up, ladies and gentlemen, we got the Reverend Dr. Johnson, the man from the reentry program, if you permit, and Mr. Steele and Mr. Donaldson coming up as far as testimony is concerned. Like I told you guys earlier, there will be 4 lawyers speaking. We've heard from Westmoreland, Driscoll, and we plan on hearing from Steele and Donaldson pretty soon. Hopefully it won't be long. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, you know, they taking us through this rat race just to hear how much time Sean P. Diddy Combs got. And like I was telling you guys before, you know, the unfair part about it, like after watching the video, you can see Diddy, Sean P. Diddy Combs definitely have real feelings for Kim Porter, and their relationship was real as they had 4 kids together, ladies and gentlemen. So look, this book right here I was telling y'all about, this book right here was a whole fraud. When Diddy went to jail, it was released. And the guy basically went around saying that all of these stories in this book were allegedly true as some kind of memoir written by Kim Porter, when all of that was basically simply a lie. Kim Porter never left any memoir behind. Courtney Burgess came out and basically they all were behind this book. And we ultimately found out that it was a lie, ladies and gentlemen. So when you understand that, you'll get the full picture of what it was versus what it wasn't. You know, the sad part, there was a lot of y'all that ran out and bought this book too. They just wanted to hear the most ugliest, vilest, craziest things that they possibly could hear about a person, man. And none of it was true. You can, as we see right now, the only thing Diddy and like Jay-Z and Tupac and Lil Bow Wow and Justin Bieber and Will Smith and all of that. Yeah, it's crazy. Waiting for him to come back up in here, ladies and gentlemen, so we can get it rolling. R. Hill said he didn't buy the book. Nah, like I said, I don't blame you, man. You know, but a lot of people went for that. They fell for the okie doke, man. I was like, wow. And the book was all of 52 pages long, 56, 54, some pages long. You don't even hear nothing about it no more, y'all. What happened? You mean to tell me the book fell off like that? It was that real and it fell off like that? Come on now. Yeah, it's crazy. But that's the game they play, man. That's the game they play. Like I told you, you can get somebody to hate somebody that never met somebody, man. If the campaign is strong enough. Right? Malcolm X said it best. So the media can be having you hating somebody you should be loving, and loving somebody you should be hating. You know, that's the crazy part behind it. And then even having all of that information, most people don't even know it. Like you could tell them that and they still wouldn't know it. He said, aura of this guy said it, label ball. Yeah, that's that pamphlet over there on Bums First. Label boss. Man. And that's that, you know, that's the crazy part when somebody believes their own hype. Right? Like Public Enemy say, don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. Hopefully they're getting in there telling them, hey, let's speed this up, man. No need to prolong this, man. And maybe the judge may be reconsidering some of what he was going to do. It's a possibility after hearing from the kids. You know what I mean? The judge really went back there and thought like, hey, man, you know what? I've been kind of looking at this the wrong way. So. But we shall see. Inner City Press. Yeah, right, Nancy Nicole, you right. To say Mia didn't want to testify because of bullying, right? Suggests what? Right? That type of information shouldn't even be. If she's not going to testify, she's not going to testify. That's just another tactic, man. Ghetto tactics, man. Say Mia won't testify due to bullying. Who bullying Mia, y'all? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who bullying Mia? First, remember they were claiming with Mia when they claimed when she came to testify, they were claiming witness tampering with her. Now they claiming bullying. Can't you see the strategic tactic they're trying to use? And Mia's situation wasn't even that prominent or important. She had already got money from a situation where she felt like she was due back pay, and the money was paid to her. And also, not only that, but they saying Diddy was booked for a speaking engagement. Like I said, without any proof. Who says who confirmed that? That's the part that I want to know. Who confirmed it? And how did they confirm that? That Diddy booked somebody for a speaking engagement, ladies and gentlemen. And like I said, Diddy's attorney saying that he reviewed over 900 Mann Act cases, ladies and gentlemen. Over 900 Mann Act cases where the court imposed lesser sentences than the government want. The judge agrees, right? The judge agrees with the pre-sentencing report of the offense level 27 and Diddy SOBs, right? More later, like I said, once again. So Diddy was locked up with old boy. Let me see if I can pull that up. Come on, lady. The judge is back, and the judge is back on deck. 211, they're back. Judge, Mr. Steele. Brian Steele is now on the stand, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Steele is now on the stand. Judge Steele, I'm honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. Great lawyering, ladies and gentlemen. Great lawyering. Brian Steele is now on the podium speaking on the behalf of Sean P. Diddy Combs. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Tell a friend, text him, call him. I'm sorry about that, Fatima. There's nothing I can do about that at this particular time. Hopefully it'll come through a little bit better. Can you hear me a little bit better now, Fatima? They're back. Mr. Steele Combs, I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. Mr. Steele, the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. So Brian Steele going in, he about to give, a great piece of lawyering, if you will. He moved them to money earning Mount Vernon, man, is what Brian Steele is saying. That's where we are right there, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to wait till the rendering keep rendering. Yeah, Sean Smith, you might want to go somewhere else, Sean. I can't control the ads, man. You know what this is, man. You know, I don't, and like I said once again, that's YouTube situation. I don't ask for donations or none of that. So, you know what I mean. Respect the ad council, man. You know, I don't place no ads. We live, we broadcasting live. So, at the end of the day, you know what I mean. You know, yeah. Respect the game, man. The jury has spoken. We've been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. I like I said, Brian Steele. When I knew that it was going to be a different outcome when Brian Steele got on the case after he got finished with the Young Thug situation and how they had that tied up in all of this, the riffraff, and like I said, you know, it was a brilliant strategy in order to be able to help Young Thug get free. But you know, Young Thug has recently come under such scrutiny, or should I say, so much scrutiny, as to his snitching allegations. Like I said, it's just crazy, man. The game is crazy. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The newest testimony from attorney Brian Steele, Diddy's defense team. He goes to Howard, but he has another idea. He goes to work at a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's, right? Absolutely. He works harder than anyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in L.A. in a drive-by shooting. Context is very important. I guess, you know, Brian Steele is trying to add a little context to the situation. Or situation, should I say. You see it right there, lady. Brian Steele. He goes to Howard. But he has another idea, ladies and gentlemen. Goes to work at the record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than anyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in L.A. in a drive-by shooting. Brian Steele, Sean is upset. He is trying to break down barriers. He has an operation and he gets addicted to painkillers he's given, right? So they're basically saying that Diddy became addicted to painkillers from an operation that he had. That sounds like the same thing with Michael Jackson. Same thing happened to Michael Jackson, ladies and gentlemen. And he has been high from them until 2024. So basically, Diddy had he got addicted to painkillers. You gotta be careful with them opioids, man. Them opioids be serious. You get them, you know, and they take away the pain, and you know you feeling this sense of euphoria. You know what I mean? And before you know it, you down a spiraling hill. That's why I said it was very important to hear his daughter say, yeah, he's speaking with a clear mind now, you know? And basically he said, you heard it at trial. He was medicated because his body was hurt. His emotions too. They're like, come on, Judge Submarinian. Don't listen to the prosecution. Mr. Steele said, on occasion, he would hit women he loved. He loved Miss Ventura. He had been, I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. Right? Now, brilliant argument by Brian Steele, saying he's basically saying that Diddy accepted responsibility for the violence, and he did. And once again, he said Diddy would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. Right? So by them not offering the Mann Act, I just told you and I broke it down to you how they basically piled up the charges and was hoping that they could throw something against the wall to see if it stuck. You have to put everything in its proper context. That's what I like about Brian Steele. You know what I mean? He's like, yo, he sometimes he would hit women he loved, right? And like I said, once again, you'd be surprised, how many people stand in judgment or acting like they're judging other people who have hit their spouse or girlfriend or whatever, might not making any, but they understand the volatility and the things that they go through in relationships, but they stand in judgment of other people. And if their life was under scrutiny like that, they probably would fail the smell test too. So it's crazy, right? Brian Steele said they wouldn't offer the Mann Act. He would have pled guilty to that. Brian Steele said, I have been there when Sean has prayed for healing for anyone he has hurt. It is now 12 months and 17 days. So, ladies and gentlemen, to be exact, it has been 12 months and 17 days. I thought it was 14. 12 months and 17 days in MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him, right? The guard stopped a man with a shank. He eats out of bags, chips. Yeah, they overcharged. They was hoping they could get it, and that's the crazy part about the game, man. The game is so unfair from that perspective alone. Not speaking on everything, but just from that perspective alone, it's like, this could have been over a long time ago, man. They wasted all of that taxpayer money on this situation only to convict him of the Mann Act. Like Brian Steele said, they would have pled guilty to that if they were offered that, but they weren't. They wanted to go for the home run. Crazy. Brian Steele, he said he lives with 25 people. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, he lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He has not taken drugs. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. So basically saying that people screaming day and night in the jail. You know what I mean? Diddy is going through it is what they saying, man. But I would hope that he didn't think it was Camp Cupcake, from that perspective. So Brian Steele. Once again, he said he lived with 25 people in a room. 25 people in one room in the dorm. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what they talk about. And Brian Steele said he has to eat out of bag. He eats out of bags, chips. The water is polluted. Amazing. And sometimes they be moving slow, man. We here though. We here. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we sitting here. We still waiting. Still waiting. What's up, Brandon Carter? Jay in the building. AC in the building. Raw Autumn. Cut Creatives. JP6 Gunner. Fatima, thank you always. Appreciate you. Kane. Yeah, I don't know if Diddy thought it would be, the Ritz Hotel, him being locked up or whatever, but Brian still making an argument. People standing outside. Looking at people standing outside the courtroom. Crazy. Yeah, we waiting for the update. They ain't saying much. Wow. So I see the letter that 50 Cent allegedly wrote to the judge in this case. I don't know if it's if it's a real letter, um, or if it's I think that's a joke, right? Yeah, I think that's a joke from 50 Wild, man. 50 Wild. 50 a wild guy, y'all. That man, he's a wild dude, man. He's a wild dude. Like I said once again, when we think about the big picture of what it means uh, for this situation to be what it is, well, 50 Cent's his his acknowledgement. I wouldn't even call it his acknowledgement, but yeah, 50 said, I had enough of ongoing, dear Judge Submaranium, I've had an ongoing dispute with Puffy for over 20 years. He is very dangerous. Multiple times I have feared for my life. I think you should consider the safety of the general public, Your Honor, before unleashing him upon them. There hasn't been enough time for him to reform or make any adjustments despite his trying to teach a class in there. As you are already aware, the government has spent maximum amounts of money on deploying federal agencies, which appeared to be an army in 2 locations simultaneously. Later, his son, who's dealing with his own rape allegations, claimed that the feds had hit the wrong house. Anyway, wow. Diddy's only going to return to hiring more male sex workers and keep most of the baby oil away from the general public, and babies need it. my Netflix documentary on this scandalous subject is coming soon. 50 Cent, the ever marketing genius, right? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Brian Steele. Some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. This is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There is a man released in his home, right? He said there is a man released in his home. Charles Scruggs, he can speak. He is by the phone now. So somebody's on the phone, if you will, as you can see right here. Somebody's on the phone, I guess on the speakerphone, if you will. Somebody is on the phone. Charles Scruggs. I don't know who that is, but they're on the phone. Y'all see it right here, ladies and gentlemen. So I guess Brian still has somebody on the phone. I don't know if they listening to it over some kind of intercom system or whatever. Let's see what they got next, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Back again. Brian Steele. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It is not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. That's a little too soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just got confirmation on what that was. You see it right here. Diddy's attorney is telling everybody what that was. They called it a speaking engagement. Brian Steele said October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting hands on women. He can change people's lives. It is not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. But the judge may say, you know what? I think he needs some more time to heal in jail, you know? I think that was too soon. I would have to agree that would be too soon of something to consider, if you will. So we're going to see what the judge does, man. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the prosecutors weren't being totally honest, but I think that was a little bit of getting ahead of oneself. You don't know if the judge is going to let you out. So, you know, from that perspective, I think that was a little premature, if you will. But, you know, that's Diddy and his world and how he do what he do, if you will. We'll see what happens, man. You see it right here. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. So you know the media gonna run with that one right there. This one right here, that quote right there. Peace 4100 said, "Oh my God, where's Trump?" Nancy Nicole said, "Jay, okay, gotcha. TG, you are free." Yeah. Now, I'm going to say the prosecution was lying. I mean, it's some kind of engagement. Like I said, it is, you know, once again, tomatoes, car, automobile. You know what I mean? Whichever one you want to say. It usually means the same thing, right? Referring to the same thing. So. They don't call it a speaking engagement. They call it a healing. Sean P. Diddy Combs is able to help people to speak about drugs, domestic violence, and all of those things. We're going to see if the judge let him out to make his speaking engagement, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see. We shall see in a few short minutes. We don't have long. It ain't long as it has been. Brian Steele, then Mr. Donaldson. I don't know if Diddy going to get up there and finally say something. Said it's a healing, ladies and gentlemen. Said October 6th is not a speaking engagement, right? It is that people realize he is different. He 2 Chainz. I'm different. Yeah, I'm different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on women. He can change people's lives. It is not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. Like I said, once again, people could say the prosecution lied on that one. I'm just going to go, that's a bit premature. And you don't know the judge going to let you out. Yeah. All of that could be, slapped down from that perspective. But like I said, with the kids, with their testimony, it's a possibility. You never know. We'll see. I think the defense, Diddy's family, their argument has been compelling. But once again, it's up to the judge. And remember, what the pre-sentencing report said, 70 to 78 months or something like that. That was the recommendation from the pre-sentencing, like when they do all of the pre-sentencing stuff. You know what I mean? So I think that's truly important, if you will. Here we go, Brian Steele. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Steele, this was a voluntary sexual encounter consented by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This issue is a preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation. So, that's heavy right there. That's heavy right there. So basically, Brian Steele saying, he wasn't afforded due process. So if the judge decides to give Sean P. Diddy Combs some time, you can best believe if they don't have the appeal already prepared, they are prepared to appeal it. You see it right here. Still, this was a voluntary sexual encounter consented by adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, and due process, right? Sometimes they have typos, man. This is issue. I think he meant to say this issue is preclusion, double jeopardy, and a due process violation is what he meant to say. So sometimes inner city press kind of get it a little typo, whatever. I can understand he probably typing real fast, trying to get it out to us. Yeah. So the judge, like I said, the judge, they've made it clear to the judge now, look, whatever you do, Yana, we still might appeal it, either or. Even if you send him home, we still might appeal it because of the violations, the due process violations that they feel like were overlooked, if you will. They taking a long ass time for right. They taking a long ass time just to tell the dude how much time he got. Like, man, I'm not, man. If I was there, man, am I going home, man, or not, man? Come on, man. So, in a due process violation, right? There's a couple of ways you can go. We can go with the regular appeal, and then you can go with what's called a habeas corpus, right? And basically saying that you weren't given due process, right? Sometimes that works, with when trying to get a hearing on habeas corpus. That's what it's called. And so we're gonna see, man. Letitia in the building. Solomon in the building. McCain. Cut Creatives, JP6 Gunner. Jay. Aura's in the building. See what they gonna do. What y'all gonna do, man? What they gonna do? Yeah, that appeal, McCain Kong, yeah, that appeal ready to be sent out with. Well, basically, Brian Steele is letting him know, and like I said, a lot of times the judges know, with the defense attorney, can appeal on the grounds of, and so they're very careful as to, because no judge wants their conviction overturned, right? In regards to that, so Adonis in the building, Angry in the building. What's happening? Peace 4100 in the building. Here it is again, ladies and gentlemen. 56 seconds ago, Combs Steele. We asked Sean Combs to be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. He is not using drugs. He is not using drug addiction as a crutch. He is saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader. How many of y'all agree with that? Diddy is a civil rights leader. I don't know about all that, but, I can understand where they're going. Like I said, his vote or die and all of those things. Ivan's in the building. Adonis in the building. Jeremiah in the building. Angry Jack. He said Diddy is a civil rights leader. Tap in the chat. Tell me if y'all think Diddy's a civil rights leader, ladies and gentlemen. I would say Diddy has been a positive influence on a lot of youngsters. Like I said, we've seen the video, that speaks for itself. You know what I mean? I don't think that was a fluke. That wasn't no trying to be nothing. That was actually a person's work on the ground. You know what I mean? So yeah, we waiting for the flip around. We waiting for the flip around. Mr. M. R. Hill, CC, or Sissy. He said, civil rights leader, my ass. Yeah, I agree. I don't think he would be considered a civil rights leader. You know what I mean? It's a bit of a stretch. But you know, you got to give it to Brian Steele, his lawyer. He's definitely trying to fight for him. He's putting up a formidable fight. You know, and best believe Diddy paying him big money. Alicia Wright was good. POC 9900 was good. Hey, Brian Steele know that the media gonna grab onto that. Attorney Brian Steele says that Sean P. Diddy Combs is a civil rights leader. You can hear him at the 6 o'clock news. They gonna run with that one, boy. They gonna be, because they know that's a controversial statement and people gonna grab onto that. Brian Steele also says that Sean P. Diddy Combs was denied due process. Ellen and Jerry, here's back to you. I Rock J's in the building. Is Sean P. Diddy Combs a civil rights leader like his attorney is saying? Yeah, we wait for him to come back, man. Appreciate you, Adonis. Yeah, I would have to say that, like I said, the tape that they played in court basically speaks for itself. Like I said, you know, that you can't fake that. That was work that was done on the ground in real time. Right? You know, he just like, you know, different, we all like different things, man. If you will. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The new Brian Steele. We can now hear from the Reverend. Reverend, I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. The Reverend is saying that I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I close with this. As Michael Jordan says, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son put them on, Sean needs an opportunity, right? I don't know if he said that. I don't know, dude. In the city press might got that one coming a little off, a little bit, if you will, right? So Brian Steele said, now we can hear from the Reverend. Reverend, I'll personally be responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers, but when my son put them on, Sean needs an opportunity. So, yeah, I don't know what that meant. I don't know if dude butchered that statement, for inner city press or what, but that's what came out. That's what he wrote, right? Let's see. Said these sneakers are just sneakers. DJ Speck said the judge is going to throw the book at Diddy and show out for them folks. The father is in the building. Kiana Carver's in the building also. Welcome, y'all. Appreciate y'all. We waiting to hear from the Reverend. The Reverend say he ain't got much to say. Okay, come on now. Let's see. Yo, we getting down to the moment of truth, y'all. We getting down to the moment of truth. Seems like we winding down to the moment of truth. We're gonna find out if Diddy sees the penitentiary or if he goes free. Yes, indeed. Says Sean needs an opportunity. Like I said once again, I don't think anybody, unless proven otherwise, right, is beyond being rehabilitated. So I think I've already said I think that Diddy needs some kind of program, a little short term inpatient program. Because I don't think he's, once again, I don't think Diddy's in the he just came through what he came through, and prior to him being locked up, sure, he went through withdrawals and a whole bunch of other stuff, but I don't think he's in the position to be teaching anybody anything as of right now. You know what I mean? Teach you probably how to get some money, or from that perspective. But as far as like him teaching anybody about drugs, and hitting women or anything like that, that's a bit of a stretch. I do understand that, but yeah. Now, if you go through a program, being like, I understand why I did some of the things that I did, and so on and so forth, I could see him doing that. But I'm not listening to Diddy about hitting no women. You just only been in jail for 14 months. And if you go through a program, 6-month program, boom, and now you can come out and we can trust that, hey, you know what? He's had some time to reflect, not just in prison, you know what I mean, but really had some time to reflect and do some rehabilitating, doing some soul searching. Yeah, so I don't think, when they say that, I can't agree with that. Yeah, I see you, Nancy Nicole. Yeah, I agree with that too. So, yeah, that's crazy. But like I said, good lawyers gonna be good lawyers, and like I said, he paying them top dollar, so they got to do what they need to do. The Reverend, you have been very honorable in this court. Combs still will have Mr. Donaldson. Like I said, the Reverend didn't really say much. He didn't really go into anything. He talked about the shoes. Sean needs an opportunity. You have been very honorable in this court. Combs still now will have Mr. Donaldson. Combs Xavier Donaldson. It's been a long time, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. Hello. Go ahead, Donaldson. Donaldson said Diddy is not a pimp. Yeah, I mean, I think that needed to be said. Mr. Combs is not a pimp. So he got pimp potential. You know, he's not a pimp. I'm just joking. Yeah, absolutely. Peace 41. But no, it's not really a non-violent offense. There was violence involved, Peace 4100. You can't say that. That's something that you can't leave with that. You know what I mean? You know, that's like the judge, like, what? Did you see the tape? You know what I mean? So when somebody said that this is a non-violence offense, it's not a non-violent offense. Because they paint it with a broad brush. You know, was there violence involved in this situation? Yes. So technically, he didn't get charged with anything involving violence, but there was violence in the situation. Yeah, we understand that he was more tricking and pimping, but like I said, more so than anything, you know, the Cassie tape, what Jane Doe said happened, all of those things are very pertinent, and according to the law, for the people that just came in the chat, you may not be able to use the violent acts as though they were a conviction, but you can use them. The judge can take it under consideration when sentencing. So that's why I said, you know, one wouldn't want to say, well, this ain't a violent case, and there's clearly violence from that video that we seen from the Intercontinental Hotel. So this is Mr. Donaldson, ladies and gentlemen. This looks like the last person that's going to speak. This all they had. They say they had 4 attorneys. The kid spoke. I don't know if Diddy going to get up and say something next. But like I said, Dexter, what's good? Once again, you can argue that it's nonviolent. You know what I mean? But that's not true under the circumstances. Like I said, when you understand the facts, you can YouTube argue this shit, but at the end of the day, they in the courtroom, they not YouTube arguing. They're going by the law. They're going by case law. They're going by precedent. So like I said, in YouTube world, yeah, you could call it nonviolent. No, not yet, DJ Crazy K. This is the last person that's speaking, though, Xavier Donaldson, Diddy's, this is the last attorney. I don't know if Diddy going to speak, but after this, the judge should be willing to make his ruling right here in the courtroom. Let's go. Chris, what was that? Chris Conlon. Yeah, well, I mean, we understand that, Chris. I mean, you're not saying nothing that don't nobody else know, man. We sitting here watching. We've been watching. Like I said, I mean, I know you want to, you know, say what you're gonna say, but we talking about as it pertains to the actual case, and trying to make some kind of argument, right? There was violence that involved that the whole situation. Cassie, Jane, Diddy has admitted to the violence on the stand, man. I don't know, like where do y'all come up with this? The guy, the lawyer just testified that Diddy admitted to the violence, right? He accepts accountability for all of the stuff. Then somebody comes out and said, it's a non-violent offense. Like, come on. Like, what are we listening to, man? Through mongers in the building. Come on, man. Damn. That's what I'm saying. That's like that's like the like the Keefy D situation. Keefy D goes on the internet and says all of these things about all of the things that he did and what happened, whatever. And people be like, Keefy D lying. I'm like, okay. If that's what you want to say, right. Yeah, Dexter, you're right. Nonviolent. Like I said, once again, everybody understands what role Cassie played in it. We heard from, like I said, if you have any problem understanding what role Cassie played in the situation, all you gotta do is go to Art of Dialogue and watch his interview with Mr. Howard and Mr. Phillips, who were actually involved in the freak offs with Diddy. Daniel Phillips, right? And Clayton Howard. So you can go over on Art of Dialogue and check out the interview. And you'll see for yourself what it was versus what it wasn't. And Clayton Howard himself said that he felt like Cassie should have been arrested too. Point blank, period. Mr. Donaldson, here we go, ladies. The latest update. Combs Donaldson. Here in the SDNY, the Southern District of New York, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back, ladies and gentlemen. Right? They saying Diddy was addicted to drugs. And now Diddy's back. He said Diddy's back. Diddy's ready to run the city. He's as a matter of fact, he's ready to run for mayor. Xavier Donaldson says Diddy's ready to run for mayor, ladies and gentlemen. He's ready to run for mayor. He said the true Diddy is back. Diddy ready to do it. He ready to do another hit album. He ready to get back to sampling again. You know what I mean? He said, I'm hungry. I need a hit. You know what I'm saying? The true Sean Combs came back. But like I said, once again, I will say this, you know, and not to make any kind of excuses for him, but like I said, he was definitely when the girl said that when the girl 50 Cent baby mama said that yeah, he wasn't taking care of his hygiene and all of that stuff. I believe that. Like I said, she was getting money from him and everything, but she was like, you know what? You need to get some help. And so, like I said, hopefully, Diddy has gotten a little bit of the help he needs. Like I said, more importantly, but I still think that he needs some kind of rehabilitation. I don't think he needs prison. I think he needs rehabilitation, domestic violence classes. He needs to complete those courses. He needs, some kind of 45-day, 90-day drug rehab. You know what I mean? Really, sit down and with regular people. Not that he ain't been with regular people in prison, but it's just a different thing, man. Like I said, when you get a chance to work on yourself, and get back to really living your life on life's terms. Because when you high and all of that stuff, you ain't dealing with life on life's terms. You dealing with you high and thinking that you something that you ain't and all of this other stuff. And like I said, the domestic violence and all of that stuff. You know what I mean? It's crazy, but like I said, I still think he needs some time to think about what he did. More importantly, needs some help. I don't think the prison gonna be the help that he needs. But, you know, that's just what I think. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Donaldson, he said, I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said, this is something different. Let me close with this. People like me are supposed, he said, people like me are not supposed to be here to show that we can do it, right? And he's talking, I think Xavier Donaldson is talking about himself because he's a black attorney. You know what I mean? He's basically saying, you know, people are like him are not supposed to be there to show that he can do it from that perspective. And so, so listen, I think I would hope after this, if Diddy not going to speak and the prosecution doesn't have to come up with anything else, because I think that they went first with their arguments, right? I think we're coming to the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. The moment of truth. The moment of truth, y'all. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, man. We right here. We right here. Like I say, I appreciate everybody for coming up in here. And appreciate your time. Elisa Wright, Kiana, Jay, Brian Dial, Nancy Nicole, R. Hill, Pete's 4100, Cut Creatives, JP Gunslinger. I don't know why I call you Gunslinger. Six Gunner. Yeah, because it's like Gunslinger, six Gunner, right? My man. A Boogie in the building. Through Manga. We're going to see if the truth set Diddy free today, y'all. We're going to see if they, like I said once again, let's see what they do, man. And see what they do, man. That's where we at right now in the testimony. Well, Diddy better hope that the judge don't follow. I mean, I wouldn't say hope that the judge don't really follow. 70 months. Like I said, once again, I'm looking for some kind of rehabilitation, man. He can give him 2 years, boom. 6 months, drug program, you know what I mean? Domestic violence classes, real classes, you know what I mean? You know, not saying that Diddy, what's happening? I Rock J's, Shay Goodwin, BC. Let's go. Hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. I believe, not sure, I believe that this is the last piece of testimony from Mr. Xavier Donaldson. Here we go, y'all. Look. Okay, Donaldson, here we go. We have a speaker ready to say that these are not speak engagements. May he? It's the executive director of the Reentry 1, Judge. What is this gentleman's name? Donaldson, Giovanni, the judge. He said, the judge said, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. So he's letting the guy Giovanni. So basically, the guy that and once again, the prosecution did mischaracterize what it was. They basically called it a speaking engagement and made it. They were real cavalier about how they said that, right? But in fact, Xavier Donaldson said we have a speaker ready to say that these are not speaking engagements. May he? He basically says it's the executive director of the reentry program, Reentry One. The judge says, "What's this gentleman's name?" Donaldson says Giovanni, and the judge says, "I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine." So the judge is basically saying, "I have a letter from other people that may have want to speak, but I'm going to let this guy speak for 1 minute." And so we're going to see what the guy Giovanni says, because he works for some kind of reentry program. Like I said, like I said, once again, when I said that, did he need some help? That would be one of the appropriate things. Like I say, a reentry program, but not only just a reentry program, but a program where, I would say like a 30 to 60 day, 90-day treatment program, along with domestic violence classes, and him being able to complete that as a part of any kind of sentence that the judge may hand down, if you will. So I think that can only do Diddy better. I mean, like I said, you where he was at, from what he said a couple of months ago. The guy, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The gentleman saying, "My name is Giovanni Sarias. For Reentry One, we serve a couple of 100 people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact." Yeah, like I said, the way that the only thing that I had a problem with is the way the characterization of the prosecution was like, Diddy was beyond rehabilitation. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that anybody is beyond rehabilitation unless they've proven, once, twice, 3 times, you know what I mean? But for the first time, okay, cool. You know what I mean? On the other hand, there's other things that are still lingering out there that are questionable. Like I said, the Keefe D trial, the Tupac situation, all of those things to be considered. What Cassie mentioned in the case when they talked about Suge Knight, Diddy going after him with guns, as the assistant testified to during the trial. All of those to be considered. So like I said, we're going to see what the judge does. He's giving Giovanni a minute to talk. Giovanni, you better take that minute and be finished. The Reverend has spoke. All of the attorneys have spoken. And Giovanni said, when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak to many different functions with private prisons operators that we work with. I'm sorry. So Giovanni is basically saying like, he was a formerly incarcerated person himself. He created his own program. He said, he speaks. He said, hey, he hasn't gotten a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak to many different functions with the private prison operators, and he works with all of those people. And he's saying that, him working with them and Diddy working with him, like I say, once again, it would be a good thing. But like I said, when you go back and you look at the video, I look at the video and I see Diddy in a place with his kids, with his grandkids and all of those things. It does show him in a different light. I think that was more impactful. Also, I think that the testimony from his kids, was very impactful also. You know what I mean? But like I said, the ultimate decision is up to the judge. And I believe this is the last person that's going to speak if Diddy himself is not going to get up and speak. Yeah, but I think that prison was beating Diddy up, man. It's tough. Yeah, it's a different world, man. It's a whole different world. than where he came from or what he was living at that time, you know? Yeah, we still here. Shout out to Boom. Who else? Black Cash Dreams is in the building. Black Cash Dreams, you have your own agenda. Come on now. Black Cash Dreams wants to talk about why I believe Greg Kading. Black Cash Dreams, that tells me that you're not really thinking. Greg Kading is a police officer, man. It's not that I believe Greg Kading. I'm trying to explain something to you when I say to you that Greg Kading didn't sign the proffer agreement. Greg Kading didn't admit to killing nobody. Keefe D did. So as to the truth of the matter, when Keefe D says what he says on the Art of Dialogue, if you've seen the video that I put out the other day when he was talking about the psychological board, right? He said they came in with a psychology board. He looked at that board and it messed with his head. And that's why he confessed. And that's why he signed the proffer agreement, right? Making a justification as to why he told, right? Right. So when you said that I believe in Greg Kading, I don't believe in Greg Kading. I believe what Keefe D said he did. Okay, U.S. versus Sean Combs sentencing starts, y'all. It starts. U.S. wants 11 years. He wants time served. Today has a video, at least 4 lawyers speak, oppose Mia, but she will speak, right? Press wrote the book. Okay, let me see. Let's go. The sentencing is beginning, ladies and gentlemen. We got to see what it's going to be. What's it going to be? We right here on deck bringing it to you. Straight Game TV. Hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. We got 276 people in the room. Hit the like button. Like I said, if you have not subscribed to the channel, I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. Fact Check TV, John, Aura, Cut Creatives, all of the people who are not subscribers to the channel. I appreciate y'all. Giovanni Soros, Judge, we are eager to work with Mr. Combs in the same way we have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. Judge, okay, thank you very much. All right, y'all. So this is the last statement from Giovanni. And yeah, let's see what the judge says, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Drum roll. How much tap into the chat? How much time you think Diddy gonna get? Will Diddy walk free to be able to make his engagements on the 6th? Giovanni say they got something set up for him. They got something set up for him, ladies and gentlemen. What he say? He said that Cassie's still writing letters. Combs Agnofalo, it's getting late. I'll be brief. Oh, so okay, hold on. Mark Agnofalo is speaking. It's getting late. I'll be brief. I started in the Manhattan DA's office in the 1990s. We mostly had to put people in jail. In 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started. John Jay did a lot of studies, DV-10s, to some from childhood trauma. So basically he's saying, because he said DV, he said John Jay did a lot of I think John Jay College, right? Did a lot of studying. He's saying that he went to John Jay College. He did a lot of studying. Domestic violence tends to stem from a lot of childhood trauma. Mark Agnofalo is saying. So Mark Agnofalo is speaking. He wasn't intending to speak. He just wanted to say some words, I guess, real fast. But he said he went to John Jay College, did a lot of studying, and he said that domestic violence tends to stem from childhood trauma, some childhood trauma, if you will. Agnofalo, doctors found that Sean had PTSD. He grew up without a father. His father was murdered when he was a baby. The family didn't tell him how his father died, but he picked it up from the streets. He gave a commencement address at Howard University in 2014. That's where we are right there. He gave a commencement address at Howard University 2014. How much time do y'all think Sean P. Diddy Combs is going to get? Do you think Sean P. Diddy Combs walks out of the jail with his family today, tomorrow, or maybe Monday morning? Like I said, the judge might, if the judge let him out, he might say, you know, you released on Monday. He could release him on Monday instead of releasing him on a Friday, if you will, right? We're going to see if he releases him today. John said his money will get him 4 years with time served. Fact check 100%. Baja 5B say he ain't walking out today or Monday. They gonna put him under the jail. They gonna put him under the jail. Baja Exotic Beauty said, I think he will walk. We're going to see, ladies and gentlemen, it's coming down. Agnofalo, here we go, y'all. Agnofalo, he found in the microfilm there how his father died in a drug deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had a major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs have the last word. Okay, so Diddy is going to get up and speak, ladies and gentlemen. Sean P. Diddy Combs will get up and speak to the court today, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Slavic is going to come back, I guess, and give her counter arguments. Mia, I think they're going to read the letter from Mia, if you will. And I think they're saving the thing from the girl Mia from last. She's saying she was being bullied or whatever. We don't know if that's true, ladies and gentlemen. There's no evidence to say that Mia was being bullied. I mean, it could be because Cassie could have came back. We seen a real incident happened with Cassie. I'm not saying that Mia, because like I said, when Mia was when she testified and she was cross-examined, her story really didn't check out. You know what I mean? Like Cassie's did. Like I said, I would say like Jane Doe's did. So yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. So hopefully they'll be done in a few seconds, if you will, right? Come on. I hope Diddy don't have to read his whole letter. I just hope he speak from his heart and not read the whole letter. Because he wrote the judge a letter too. I hope he ain't reiterating that. All right, come on, y'all. Let's see what's happening, man. Let's go. Let's go. Is Diddy gonna be allowed to run the city again? I would hope that United States Attorney Slavic doesn't take all day. I mean, it's like, come on now. Anna Little's in the building. Leticia F. Rosa Torres, Through Manga. Ivan, Angry, Worldwide. Worldwide said he's gonna get 19 years. You feel me, TV. Dark skin Jermaine. Avenge the Ancestors in the building. Thank you guys for stopping by. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. So Diddy's going to speak, ladies and gentlemen. Diddy, they said Sean P. Diddy Combs will get up and speak on his behalf. His own behalf, should I say. Combs Agnafalo, listen, Combs Agnafalo, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he has got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Yeah, I mean, he won't be the same after this. And like I said, once again, I don't think that, and like I said, who knows? You know what I mean? Like I said, when you got, money, usually that's what people need. They need startup capital, if you will, if they're trying to do some kind of business. And I mean, for the most part, he got enough money where he invested it and live off the interest of the money. So. Yeah, well, like I said, who is that? Matt Brand Incorporated says Slavic should be fired like Maureen Comey. Slavic going in, man. She ain't playing. She like, I'm trying to get him as much time. I mean, I guess the redemption as far as the prosecution side of it, I mean, I guess they feel like they get a prison sentence. They've won on that front. But we're gonna see. JP6 gonna say, "Oh please, Agnafalo, we are proposing a mental." Listen, y'all. This is what I was telling y'all. They said Agnafalo said we are proposing a mental health treatment, a domestic violence program. They've been listening to me, y'all. I told you we are proposing a mental health treatment, a domestic violence programs. Sometimes groups programs are the best. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Typo on his end. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health, the root problem. Like I said, once again, if you really want to get to the bottom of it, you know, like I said, he's been in jail, what they said, 12 months and 17 days from that perspective. And yeah, I think, you know, it's only right. It's only customary. Like I said, once again, first time offender, give them some kind of program. Like I said, they say they're proposing mental health treatment, domestic violence program, some kind of drug situation. If you can combine the two, you know, and hopefully, Sean P. Diddy Combs will be able to rehabilitate himself. Yeah, like I said, you know, I don't know if they had any kind of program like that in the Metropolitan Detention Center, but yeah. YouTubers back. Shreezy said, free Diddy to his family, YouTuber. YouTuber that's going, YouTuber be going left. Heavy D was the man, and a little. Somebody said, check on Tisa Tells. If Diddy walks, she's going to be depressed. Wow. Combs Agnafalo, listen. Agnafalo says, I'll stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Mr. Combs has the last word. Judge, Ms. Slavic. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting back into the prosecution. U.S. Attorney Slavic, going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll. We have cited cases with sentences up to 135 months based on abuse, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, the judge spoke earlier in saying that the abuse wasn't the what he was convicted of, but under case law in the Southern District of New York and in the Federal Circuit, that it can be considered, but not be the main factor or be the conviction. So that's why the prosecution is going back to what Mr. Driscoll said earlier in regards to the case law that he was citing, saying that some people got 15 months and that Sean P. Diddy Combs didn't make any money. He was not a pimp, and that the Southern District of New York and the Federal Circuit basically said they wanted to focus on the cases that involve pimping and pandering, that basically people who got convicted of the Mann Act. They wanted to focus on more of the pimping and pandering aspect and saying that Diddy didn't make no money. One guy, Dylan Jordan, made like 1.4 million. Somebody else, it was another guy who made like 1.8 million from pimping and pandering. So United States Attorney Slavic is back up there trying to handle the business, trying to put Diddy away for 135 months. Slavic, back to Dylan Jordan case, right? Let's zoom out. Why did Judge Cronin take into account the previous sentence? Because Jordan knew it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted. Here, the defendant continued crimes. Once again, still not the same thing we're talking about. And the false equivalency that the prosecution is laying out is evident. Like I said, and the judge called it out earlier. Basically, the false equivalency being that Diddy situation involving pimping and pandering. This guy, Dylan Jordan, had got convicted before, right? And they're saying that Dylan Jordan quit the game of pimping or whatever he was doing, and here the defendant continued the crimes. Once again, that's according to Slavic. That's AKA Slavic, AUSA Slavic. Pimps control of their victims. That's what happened here. 1.4 million would be 90 some freak offs. She counting the freak offs. Like 1.4 million would have been like 90 some freak offs. There were more than that here. Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find abusive texts like he quoted. But this case has physical abuse on video. Once again, I was trying to tell somebody that earlier in the chat about the abuse when they were saying, well, it's nonviolent. Well, once again, it might not have been something that Diddy was convicted of, but the whole overall situation involving the Mann Act, the situation in totality involved domestic violence. And so, once again, the judge said that it can be considered, but it doesn't have to be the main factor. So it can be considered though. And so, like I said, that video it's damaging, but Diddy has owned up to that. Like I said, they're going back, and she's going back on it. She really harping on the video. I get it. I mean, you got the conviction that you got. You got the Mann Act conviction, right? Focus on that. Like I said, once again, if the judge is gonna give him time, he's gonna give him time. I mean, I don't think that would be any more detrimental than we've already seen. They showed the tape during the trial about 5 or 6 times. So, but like I said, Diddy was wrong for that shit, and it's just as simple as that. Yeah, I hope everybody in his situation, like I said, the Cassie situation was different from the Jane situation from the perspective that um, that Jane said that she punched Diddy upside the head and hit his head on the end of the countertop. The Cassie situation uncalled for. Jane admitted that she provoked the violence. She did what she did first, based on the fact I think that Diddy was talking to Young Miami or something like that. It was something had to do with another female, and she was mad. And yeah, from that perspective. But we're gonna see what happens, man. United States Attorney Slavic, the defendant is a master puppeteer. Wow. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video, but that shows who he is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. 5 lawyers spoke for him. Mr. Steele said Mr. Steele said Cassie wanted it. So, but Diddy is going to speak. Like I said, once again, you see what I'm saying? When she speaks, the prosecution speaks. She said, well, basically, he had 5 lawyers speak for him, right? And Mark Agnifilo just said that Diddy's going to have the last word. So for her to say that to the judge and just hear Mark Agnifilo before she began to speak said that Diddy was going to get the last word, right? It's kind of crazy, but I guess that's what they do, man. They gotta do their job, and that's what that is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Sean P. Diddy Combs is coming up next. The United States Slavic, the attorney Slavic, we asked for a significant sentence here. The judge, thank you, Mr. Combs, Steele. Can we take a comfort break? Attorney Steele said, "Can we take a comfort break before Mr. Can we take a Combs break?" Oh, that shit funny. So they're gonna take a break, ladies and gentlemen, and then we not going nowhere. They're gonna take a break. We're gonna stay posted up, and like I say, more importantly, we're gonna stay posted up.
They said Tupac was untouchable, but behind the walls of Rikers Island, he was just a man, wounded, watching his back, and wondering who he could trust. He survived bullets, betrayal, and isolation behind bars. But what happened inside those walls has never been told until now. In the darkest corner of Rikers, he found betrayal and a brotherhood no one saw coming. These dudes smiled in my face, then flipped and tried to kill me, and I never saw it coming. They were Puff's security, Biggie's muscle, Henchman's people, and Tupac knew exactly who sent them. This is the side of Tupac Shakur the world never got to see, told by the man who lived it with him, not in the studio, but in a 6x9 cell. The rap battles, sex and drama with female guards, the tears, the silence after Jada Pinkett's visit, and the moment Tupac almost broke. Before Death Row, before All Eyes on Me, before Machiavelli, there was Rikers. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, available now on Amazon. Get your copy. Learn the truth.
We'll take a comfort break. I would think a comfort break be about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Let's see what the comfort break, man. You're taking comfort breaks, man. Can we take a comfort break? So yeah, They said they're gonna be back at what? In approximately 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, we're on. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, we're on. Oh. We're gonna be back in approximately 6 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Diddy say he trying to run the city. I would hope that he comes off as genuine. Cherise say free Diddy. Vicky Phillips. Poor guy, damn. BC said Diddy needs counseling to unpack all of his trauma. And if he get out, he should stay out of sight. Said he's not anticipating all of the public trolling. Said black against black, ridiculous. Y'all tripping. Worldwide said when Diddy hit the big house, those Tupac fans in jail gonna get him. Yeah, Cherie, nobody even talk about the Abercrombie. I don't think the Abercrombie and Finch dude got to stand trial though. So we got 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. They should be back in 1 minute. They say 4 o'clock. Usually that means 4:10 or 4:05. But we here. Meanwhile, what's that? Oh, meanwhile, U.S. versus Luigi Mangione. U.S. gets until April 8th to consult further with the DOJ personnel concerning the submission of a sworn declaration. The court directed this short extension will not affect the briefing schedule for the defendant's death penalty motion. They trying to crush Luigi Mangione, man. Luigi. So it's 4 o'clock on the East Coast, ladies and gentlemen. The moment of truth is coming up. Notice how they time it for like the 6 o'clock news on the East Coast. Like a TV show, huh, Osama? Worldwide, you suck. A Boogie in the building, worldwide. Osama Kane, Angry Jack, Christopher, Cut Creatives, YouTuber. We down and dirty, ladies and gentlemen. We've been here since how long? Early this morning, man. Let's go. We've been here since they opened up the courthouse doors, man. Y'all think Diddy gonna cry? Is Diddy gonna cry, ladies and gentlemen? Is he gonna cry for his freedom? Is he gonna get emotional? Give me cash. Yeah, like I said once again, they tried to get my videos taken down, man. You know, but it is what it is. Like I said once again, only for the truth of the matter, you know. Kiana Carver says, yup. Leticia F says, yup, he better cry. Rosa Torres, let's go, y'all. We they always be telling us, yeah, it's 4 o'clock, they're gonna get back in. Come on, y'all. We trying to get to it. You can hear we're gonna hear first, and y'all can just, you know what I mean? Like I said, we getting the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. None of that secondhand information. Like I said, we see a lot of people. Like I said, that's why I say I appreciate each and every one of y'all, because we see a lot of people come out and they'll be talking about, yeah, what happened in the court and what they said and what was this and what was that, but they haven't been really watching. Like I said, once again,
a lot of the media outlets, sometimes they have a little slant too. They got a little axe to grind. You feel me? You know, Diddy is actually suing a couple of media outlets. I believe Universal, I believe something, yeah, in the lawsuit involving the documentary that came out, News Nation. He got a couple of lawsuits, like I said, so you know he's not going to be looked upon favorably when they report on him. So, like I said, a lot of times it's good to be able to have that firsthand information, man. Shout out to Inner City Press. A lot of people say he gonna get time served. So y'all think he gonna make it uptown to make that drug meeting, that talking to people? I mean, like I said once again, you know, it's two ways to look at it. Like the judge, if he not really being personal about it, he could say, hey, you know what? I release him, you know, time served to his own devices. You know what I mean? And that's just what that be. You know what I mean? You know, he can succumb to what I guess public pressure, or you know, read the tabloids or whatever, people saying, yeah, I think he's the worst guy in the world and blah blah blah. Like you said, we ain't even heard about the Abercrombie and Finch case. You know, that's kind of like just drifted, like as if it never happened. Yeah, it's crazy, but it is what it is, man. Come on, man. Y'all said 4 o'clock. Yeah, he did a lot of artists dirty though. That's for damn sure. We got Floss and Season up in the building. What's good? Welcome back. Nancy Nicole said, go to civil court for that money. YouTuber said the judge will be lenient. We're going to see, man. They're back, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we back, baby. We back. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Call a friend, tell a friend. We about to get this news, man. Sean Combs stands at the defense table. One of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take this lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. Diddy apologizes, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the share button. Let them know Diddy apologized today. Diddy says, standing at the defense table, one of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. All right, that's a good start. Sean Combs, I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. That's real shit, y'all. Trust me. Like I said, that's real shit. It take a grown ass man, and like I said, you know, he not gonna get life in prison, but you know that it takes a lot to admit that he needed the help. I'm telling you, it don't matter how much money you got, man. When you fucked up, you fucked up. We've seen it take Heath Ledger. We've seen it take Whitney Houston. We've seen it take Michael Jackson. We've seen it take Elvis Presley. We've seen it take all of these other celebrities. The drugs, point blank, period. It does not care how much money you got or who you know, right? And the more money you got, the more dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. You see it right here. Sean P. Diddy Combs apologized. Let's see what the judge do, man. Sean Combs, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all of my businesses. Yeah, he did. He lost a lot of shit. Did he apologize in Young Miami? Like, free him, free him. We getting it live right here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last one. Let's go with all. We can go with all three. That's what we got so far from the Sean P. Diddy Combs apology, y'all. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel. We got 315 people in the room. You know what I mean? Let's get them likes up, y'all. Sean Combs say, I knew better. So he said, I knew better. Now I know better, I do better. Sean Combs, he says, I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. That's real shit, y'all. Yeah. Yeah. That's an apology. You know what I mean? That's an apology. That's an apology. And so, like I said, we're going to see what the judge do. After this, the judge will be deciding Sean P. Diddy Combs' fate, ladies and gentlemen. The judge will be deciding his fate after this, after Sean P. Diddy Combs gives his statement. This is the last person to testify. Like I said, I feel like he's sincere from the words that I'm seeing right here. And we're going to see what happens. Diddy said, I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. That's big shit right there. Yeah. You know, coming from a guy who people thought, or, you know, the optics of it, he has everything, all this money and all of that. Shit don't matter, man. Like I said, you fail yourself, you fail your kids. You know what I mean? Money is going to be money, you know, whether you live or die, but who you are and your character as a person and all of those things trump all of that, man. Money come and go. Who you are is who you are. I think that's what a lot of people really don't realize nowadays, man. Let's go. Sean Combs. I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. Woo, man, that's real talk, man. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. Okay. Well, that Keefe D trial coming up, man. So be prepared. If they let him out, you know, just be prepared to be smeared again. We don't know what's going to happen. Like I said, once again, we heard what Shield said. We heard what Keefe D said. And like I said, that's another thing up for judgment, whether people believe that or not, right? But this case is this case isolated in its own situation. Sean Combs, sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, and to get the help I need. Yeah, because he do need help. Like I said, I told y'all, man, tough, man. It's tough, man. Like I said, you and then you got to bare your soul. And that's one thing I'm sure he ain't used to doing, is begging nobody for nothing. So we're gonna see what the judge does. I say 2 years, time served, couple of more months, or demand that he get into some kind of program, right? This is where we are right here, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, hit the thumbs up button, y'all. We got 341 people in the room, in the chat. You know what I mean? Don't act like that. Let's go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We here. What is he saying? Sean Combs, I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story, it's not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. It is. It is, because, like I said, for all that we were thought to believe about Sean P. Diddy Combs, like up until this situation came about, he was honored, I think, on MTV or whatever, the Love album and all of that, right? Can you imagine the double life? And then once it start to surface, all of the shit that he was doing, it's a hell of a thing, because now you forced to face the real you, who you really are, not who you've been telling your publicists to tell people you are, right? But who you really are. You know what I mean? So, like I said, we're going to see what happens, y'all. Sean Combs, if your honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. I guess on the other charges, right? Nah, I wouldn't give him. Who was that? G. I wouldn't give him probation. I would give him some kind of treatment program, brother. You talking real? Like I said, if your hate is because you hate Diddy because he was rich, successful, and all of that stuff, okay, cool. That's how you feel. I'm talking about the real situation involving real life and the kids that already lost their mom from that perspective, and having only their father to as their parent. Like I said, you can see it whichever way you want to see it. Like I said, it's a lot of people out here, man, that got their own problems trying to focus on what other people gonna see. Like I said, he's saying he need help. Okay, give him the help he need. Listen, Sean Combs, I take full responsibility for my Mann Act convictions. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. Absolutely. So, G, what you saying is, nah, I mean, we dealing with this situation right now. What you saying is, I would give him probation. Nah, I mean, he need help, man. He need help. Like I said, I don't look at money like that. I don't look at like, oh, he getting money, he getting it. Man, look, he was fucked up. He fucked up. He knew he fucked up. We seen the tape. He's fucked up. Like I said, once again, he need domestic violence classes, some kind of drug classes, and all of that. You know what I mean? I don't think he ready to get out here and get nobody no advice, dude. It's too soon for all of that, right? But as you see, this is where he's at right now. So, nah, it is what it is. And just thinking about, the Tupac situation, if he really did have something to do with that, you got to think about the big picture too now, because karma is crazy. No matter what anyone say, I know that I'm truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. So Diddy has spoken, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The countdown begins now. A Boogie, G in the building. Who else? JP Six Gunner. Floss in season. Aura's in the building. Let's go. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it right here. We on deck. We on deck for it right here, ladies and gentlemen. That gavel to gavel coverage. The judge said, let's take 5 minutes. The judge will be back in 5 minutes for his decision on the Sean P. Diddy Combs situation.
They said Tupac was untouchable, but behind the walls of Rikers Island, he was just a man, wounded, watching his back, and wondering who he could trust. He survived bullets, betrayal, and isolation behind bars. But what happened inside those walls has never been told until now. In the darkest corner of Rikers, he found betrayal and a brotherhood no one saw coming. These dudes smiled in my face, then flipped and tried to kill me, and I never saw it coming. They were Puff's security, Biggie's muscle, Henchman's people, and Tupac knew exactly who sent them. This is the side of Tupac Shakur the world never got to see, told by the man who lived it with him, not in the studio, but in a 6x9 cell. The rap battles, sex and drama with female guards, the tears, the silence after Jada Pinkett's visit, and the moment Tupac almost broke. Before Death Row, before All Eyes on Me, before Machiavelli, there was Rikers. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, available now on Amazon. Get your copy. Learn the truth.
Ladies and gentlemen, we back. Let's go. They said we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. We will find out in 5 minutes the fate of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Ladies and gentlemen. He said, should Shabazz go cook some rice? He said, floss in season. The aura of this guy. Right? Cut Creative, Shabazz, Chad Martin, Kiana, Dow Jones, Industrial, Trill 88, A Boogie, Markeith Bankroll. Like I said once again, man, I appreciate everybody for coming through. You have been nothing but stellar, you know? JP Six Gunner. We got it. Like I said once again, 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes, we will understand and know the fate. I think the judge, like I said once again, I think the judge in hearing all of what went down today involving the situation with Sean P. Diddy Combs, I think what he might have been prepared to do after hearing the humanistic aspect of what his kids had to say, some of what his lawyers had to say, and then what Diddy had to say, and saying that he apologized once again. I think that you know that had some kind of some currency with the court, with the judge, and like I said, we're gonna see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy Nicole, always a pleasure. Like I said, I appreciate you guys. J Mac in the building. It's been a hell of a ride. Yes, indeed, it has, man. We'll find out today, and I appreciate the support, appreciate your time, and like I said, we about to get it in, y'all. We're about to get it in. We're about to find out right now. And like I said, you know, we understand and know, and minus what people telling us or saying or whatever, right? We know for a fact what happened. If you was here today all day,
you understand. Like I said, there's a lot of people that were covering this situation before. I don't know if they still covering it like they used to, but yeah. I haven't seen anything about Tisa Tales or anything like that, ladies and gentlemen. We check on homegirl, make sure she all right. Yeah, Tisa out there. She out there at the sentencing, telling a story from the back of the van. Oh God, Tisa back to her old tactics, man. She ain't gonna stop, man. She not gonna stop. Like I said, we live up in the building, and like I said, we ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. We right here, right now. We're gonna see what happens, man. This is Diddy's moment of truth. Diddy's moment of truth, y'all. Did they bar Tisa Tales from the courthouse? See, she got new edges. Last time she was talking about her edges. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We here. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it first thing in the morning, right now. Come on. 5 minutes is up, y'all. Stop playing, y'all. Like I said, Tisa Tell's she got her security with her and everything. They don't hate her that much, do they? I don't hate nobody, man. All I like I said, when she started talking that N-word stuff, I was like, hold on, man, what's going on? What's really going on? We here, ladies and gentlemen. We waiting for it. It's like the OJ verdict, right? The next we got the next trial of the century, one of the biggest rap stars ever, Tupac Shakur. So you can expect the media start to pick up, the talk and the conversation around that, if you will. Like I said once again. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's going on 4:30 on the East Coast. Sean P. Diddy Combs will find out his fate in the next couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen. You can see outside of the federal building in New York City, it's packed. People are wondering what's going on. You got Brooklynites, Harlem-nites, you know what I mean? All of these people out there waiting to see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. We back, ladies and gentlemen. Submarinium. On the outset, I wanted to understand that Mr. Combs, here it goes, ladies and gentlemen. You are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct, but for under the 3553, I must consider many things, Mr. Combs. You are a self-made artist who has inspired the community of color. Hello, y'all. Here it is. Here we go right here, ladies and gentlemen. The community of color. Let's go. Right here, right now. This is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. We right here. Front deck. Hit the like button, hit the share button.
He said you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. Let's see what he give him, y'all. All right, this is where we are. It's 4:26 in the evening. We saw the video, ladies and gentlemen. We saw the video, the free game course at MDC. The court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of the history here. Once again, in totality, ladies and gentlemen, has to consider all of the history here. You see it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Judge, a history of good works can't wash away the record. In this case, you abuse these women. You use that abuse to get your way. Freak offs, hotel nights. The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony, the judge says. Sound like he ain't walking about there today according to how this conversation is going. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Sean P. Diddy Combs' moment of fate. Moment of truth. You see it right here, y'all. History of good works can't wash away the record in this case. It's forward thinking, I guess, you know, if you want to call it that. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. This was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harm two women. You piled them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. Ooh. Damn. The judge said you were more than a John. He coming with it, man. This is crazy, right? It's a cold world, man. You right about that. Hey, Boogie. Like I say, shout out to the chat. Hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds like the judge, he leaning pretty hard. Like I said, best believe that, you know, when this is over, you know, they already basically said that they were going to appeal, right? The judge says this was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed two women. You piled them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and the resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. We still waiting, ladies and gentlemen. We here. Would say Boone said the judge a Tupac fan. We don't know. You funny, dude. Judge, the significant sentence is required to date. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. After Miss Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public, and the investigation started, you had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head. Woo, God. Judge Submarinian took down notes. He ain't playing, player. Punched her in the head, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your motherfucking hands to yourself. If you don't want to be up in the courtroom facing this, sounds like they gonna make an example out of Sean P. Diddy Combs, y'all. Judge, Jane says he told her, take this pill. Do out there. Suck his dick. No, he basically said, go out there. Suck his dick. Fuck him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. Said the court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh wee. God. Man. I think the judge being a little harsh, man. I do. I'm not, I just do. Like I said once again, but it's the judge. And if you don't put yourself in front of the judge, you ain't got to worry about his judgment. Yeah. Jane says he told her to take this pill, to go out there and suck his dick. Fuck him. I don't care. Right? Nobody else seems like they have accountability, but that is what it is, man. Judge says a significant sentence is required. You said you're sorry. Oh, my goodness. Come on, y'all. Let's go. Judge, exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability, right? The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. So he's not going to give him the 135 months, ladies and gentlemen. Right here, exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability. To promote respect for the law, the court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. I think he's going to go with the pre-sentence guidelines. Woo! Y'all see the video I made earlier, ladies and gentlemen? That Tupac, yeah. Tupac tried to warn these dudes, man. They laughed at Tupac when he had his situation. Wasn't nothing like this. Wasn't nothing about putting the hands on a woman and nothing like that. Like I said. Woo! No, he said it was would be more. He didn't give him 135 months. He said that would be more than necessary. You boys see what I'm saying? They could watch something, man, and they be like, yo, they'll say, he didn't give him 135 months, man. 135 months would be more than necessary. Right? Let's see. A sentence of 11 years, listen, a sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half that. But 14 months time served would not be sufficient. He gonna be in jail for that KPD trial, ladies and gentlemen.
All the dialogue, if you're listening. Yeah, we talked about that. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half that, but 14 months time served would not be sufficient, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, dude, somebody was like, it gave him 135 months. He want the answer before he even get the answer, man. We got to listen carefully. The judge is, he's trying to be fair. And his words come across a little harsh, but he's trying to be fair and reasonable. He said, here's the data. Shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration, ladies and gentlemen. Sean P. Diddy Combs has been sentenced to 50 months. That's approximately 2 years. That's 2 years. I told you, 2 years. So 2 years, does he get time served? If he get time served, it was what I said. 2 years, he'll be out in 6 months, y'all. No, 6 months, like 8 months. Sean P. Diddy Combs has been sentenced to 50 months incarceration, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. Hold on. 50 months, y'all got to take it into consideration. 50 months with time served. So he already did 12 months. I'm sorry. I'm thinking 12, 24. My bad. 4 years. My bad. I'm thinking 12, 24, 3 years, 4 years. Like 4 years and what? 2 months? 4 months, 4 years and 4 months with time served. Ooh, wee. And throw it in the air. 50 months, y'all. I want to see what the judge still got to say. Just sentenced 50 months to incarceration, submarinium. That'd be minus the 14 months. So he got time served, ladies and gentlemen. Sean P. Diddy Combs has been sentenced to 50 months in prison, minus 14 months. Right? So 50 minus 14. Right? That's 38 months, right? So 38 months. Sean P. Diddy Combs will do 38 months in federal prison. 38 months, y'all. 38 months, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here. Straight Game TV. Straight Game TV. Thank you guys for tuning in. 36. No, that's 38 months, man. Yeah, 36 months. My bad. My math off like a motherfucker. 36 months, y'all. My bad. Thank y'all for correcting me. I appreciate that. Who said Bobby Jones said 36 months? 3 years? Yeah, about that. All the dialogue was right. Who else was right? Pitch Black up in here. Yeah. Like I said, 36 months. Wow. Yeah. It's real in the field. Sean P. Diddy Combs will not be coming home. But at least he knows when he'll be coming home. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean P. Diddy Combs, approximately 3 years, 36 months. Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm sure the prosecution is happy. But like I said, I didn't think he was going, get a chance to come home. The question is now, will they file an appeal? Will they file an appeal? Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time, each and every one of you. If hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Like I said, your boy Delray's in the building. Sean P. Diddy Combs on October 3rd, 2025, sentenced to 36 months in federal prison, 50 months altogether, 12 months in, they say 14, but they said 14, but Brian, it's less than 14 months actually, because Brian Steele said it was so it is about 38 months, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be clear. Let me go back. My bad. Ladies and gentlemen, it is approximately 38 months, y'all. It's 38 months. And the reason why is because Brian Steele said earlier that P. Diddy has been locked up in the MDC for approximately 12 months? 12 months and 17 days, right? So approximately 36 to 38 months. 36 to 38 months, y'all. So yeah, like I said, once again, your boy Delray, I appreciate your time. Straight gang.
Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
They said Tupac was untouchable, but behind the walls of Rikers Island, he was just a man, wounded, watching his back, and wondering who he could trust. He survived bullets, betrayal, and isolation behind bars. But what happened inside those walls has never been told until now. In the darkest corner of Rikers, he found betrayal and a brotherhood no one saw coming. These dudes smiled in my face, then flipped and tried to kill me, and I never saw it coming. They were Puff's security, Biggie's muscle, Henchman's people, and Tupac knew exactly who sent them. This is the side of Tupac Shakur the world never got to see, told by the man who lived it with him, not in the studio, but in a 6x9 cell. The rap battles, sex and drama with female guards, the tears, the silence after Jada Pinkett's visit, and the moment Tupac almost broke. Before Death Row, before All Eyes on Me, before Machiavelli, there was Rikers. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, available now on Amazon. Get your copy. Learn the truth.